Radiant team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Rocket.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team back. Dire team back. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team back. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
Wind Ranger at your service.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Bristleback!
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Radiant
I'm sorry to keep you all waiting.
Dire team pick.
Behold the horn of Magnus. Silencer.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Faceless Void.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Void incarnate.
Facts.
Choose your hero. 5 seconds remaining. Prepare for battle.
A path foreseen.
Oh, that's lovely. You fought badly, died worse.
мальчик.
You fought badly, died worse.
Thirty seconds to battle. The battle begins.
Look who spares.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Shackle.
A brief intermission.
Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
Invisibility!
Radiant are scanning. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Danger on my enemy.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Every coin helps.
Axe defies you.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
No escaping axe.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
This one was not for you.
top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Silence is broken.
I'll see your silence.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Regeneration.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Pointing axe from the axe of
Dire's
axe.
middle tower is falling. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Wield the axe of axe.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
What have we here?
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Ooh, that's live.
Time is money.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Ugly.
Dire's structures are fortified.
I said good day, sir.
Radiant victory.
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to game number 2 between Power Rangers and 2Move. And I feel quite sad that game 1 ended so swiftly, but it was the amazing tempo brought in from Power Rangers. But this time, 2Move will snatch away the Magna. So is it gonna be the same carry positioning, or will they play it in a more, let's just say, standard way as either a mid laner or a pause 3?
When it could be on the mid lane, wouldn't actually hate the idea of a Magnus versus the Tiny because you can find the skewer into the tower. Sure, the Tiny may probably still won't die because you have a lot of HP on the Tiny, but it's a good combo. Not to mention, you have a Winter Wyvern, so you have uh Winter Wyvern setting up for the RP or the RP setting up for the Winter Wyvern. Either way actually works, but they also pick up the Rubik, so there's not going to be a threat of a steal. I wouldn't be surprised if 2Moves play this one very aggressive, but they still have to be careful. You're still playing into the egg, you're
10
still playing
seconds
into a lot of disables coming up by Power Rangers, and now they have a Doom too.
5
Yeah.
seconds remaining.
Pretty much instant shutdown of a hero that appears like for a split second into the team fight. And as you said, both of these supports alongside with the Magnus, they're hyper aggressive and they might be punished just for being in such a role. I haven't been a firm believer of Winter Wyvern, at least in terms of EPL and how players have played it out. Like, it's clear as day of what you're gaining as a benefit from the Winter Wyvern, but the Arcane Curse setups were primarily defensive, not super aggressive, and also you have a very big problem, especially with the Wind Ranger being present, because with the Cold Embrace, you can set things off into a very, very bad setup. So Cold Embrace, yeah, I'm here to save my friend, I'm here to save my buddy, but nope, this is magical damage. You're standing in the same spot, I'm just gonna shut you down. And to make matters worse, the Phoenix is also present, so I don't know how well this Winter Wyvern shall survive and persevere in this game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree that Cold Embrace is not going to be, I would say, as relevant of a factor as it usually should be. Because of that Wind Ranger, because of that Phoenix, you also have that Tiny with the Avalanche Toss, and you have the Doom, right? Which
Yeah.
disables all healing. You won't be able to save anyone. But I will add though that this is a pretty unique scenario because you have a Rubik too. So if you have a Rubik shard, you can theoretically lift up your Cold Embraced ally and reposition them when if you see a power shot coming in. I don't think that'll happen because it's one of those very niche scenarios in Dota, but it certainly could be possible. I do think that the Cold Embrace is going to be um difficult to rely on for 2Move, and I don't think they should play for it.
Dire team
I mean, they could, just if we're going down that notion, and also we're gonna talk about this Medusa later, you're having a mini blast off for the setup. Like, imagine Magnus is in danger. He's gonna get Cold Embrace. You're sending him up, telekinesis him back, and it's gonna be a setup for the RP, ideally, and then you're setting up the curse afterwards. Medusa is gonna be picked up, a hero which is pretty much a double-edged sword. Early lane survivability is always an issue, but her power output afterwards can be absolutely insane. But
5 seconds remaining.
can Power Rangers do something nasty here? And I mean, there's not gonna be an anti-mage. There's no Pango available. Is there any other diffusal wielding hero that they can bring in?
I mean, they already have the Wind Ranger, right? You can just
Yeah.
position the Wind Ranger as a carry, make a diffusal blade, focus fire the Medusa down, and it is a pretty good hero in that regard against the Medusa.
Radiant
Still,
team
I do suspect that Power Rangers initially, when they brought out this hero, was a support in their mind, as it was in the previous game.
Dire
But
team pick.
this Medusa is supposed to be ideally great against the Doom because you don't rely on HP, you rely on your mana, you don't care about HP regen. The Doom is supposed to disable that HP regen, and it's a pretty good hero into the Phoenix. It's a natural Manta style builder, it's a natural Silver Edge builder against the
10
Tiny.
seconds
Uh,
remaining.
I'm just not sure if a Medusa
seconds
works
remaining.
out in this day and age. You have that frontline buffer, sure. You have the repositioning by that Rubik. You have that Winter's Curse on the Winter Wyvern.
Radiant team
But
pick.
again, Power Rangers, they're probably just gonna look to overwhelm this Medusa.
And at the same time, I'm not really sure about how well you can keep things going as 2Move, because with the Sand King being present, like, you have these very, very big commitments, very big
10
ultimates,
seconds remaining.
and we saw how fast Power Rangers can respond after those appear, and with a swift, easy rinse and repeat combinations, instant jump in, instant counter initiation. I mean, ideally, if you set things into motion for the big RP, for the epicenter, for the stone gaze, for Medusa just to be throwing everything from the side, it would be brilliant. But you're never super lucky for that to happen. Yeah, I'm concerned.
I would actually go for like I would switch this Wind Ranger to a carry, and I would pick up a Nyx Assassin here. Right, great
Oof.
into against the Medusa, good against the Sandstorm because you can immediately just stun the Sand King. There are so many spells on 2 move which the Carapace is good against, like that Winter Wyvern as well as that Rubik. You can also use it against the Shockwave. So the Carapace is a great ability this game, even against the Mystic Snake that the Medusa sends out. Right, each and every single one of 2 moves heroes can be stunned up by that Nyx, and then with that Vendetta, you can look for the backline supports with the Winter Wyvern and Rubik naturally, or you can try to spot out that Magnus inside that invisibility. So it is a great scouting hero, and Doom is one of those heroes that can solo the lane. So for Power Rangers, they're not going to go for that. They're going to go back to the Lifestealer and still play with the Wind Ranger support. I don't know about this Lifestealer though, base, because Lifestealer is one of those heroes that doesn't do well against the Medusa after that 30-minute mark.
I mean, that is indeed gonna be a problem, but I'm a believer of what Power Rangers can do here because they can utilize the Phoenix. They do have the Tiny for the jump in, for the big impact coming in with the Infest Bomb, so it's gonna be a very short window for 2 move to react, but at the same time, they're throwing at least 2 heroes out into the fray, so it's tough. I mean, at least I believe if Power Rangers are able to farm up to 20 minutes to get those Blink Daggers, to get those BKBs online, Lifestealer always has that slow pickup until he gets the Radiance available. But once he does, it's already mitigating what 2move have to offer because they're also a Blink Dagger enabled team. The Sand King, the Magnus being present, maybe even Rubik can opt in for such an item. I mean, I did agree with the notion of Nyx Assassin a lot more than what we're seeing currently, that being the Lifestealer. But at the same time, Wind Ranger as a carry, I think only Mickey can make it look good.
I think TA2000 has played it, but I mean, the Wind Ranger support is also fine, right? At the end of the day, Power Shot is going to be a critical factor. Shackle Shot is going to be pretty good this game, especially against that Magnus and that Sand King. Wind Run to trade in the lane, so it's not that bad of an ability, or rather, not that bad of a position, the one they're playing the Wind Ranger in. And you can still go for the Diffusal Blade. Like it's a relatively cheap item, and you can still have some high value against the Medusa if this Wind Ranger does go for that. At the same time, even if you don't want to play Wind Ranger carry, right? The Lifestealer in this very specific scenario, when you have 2 BKB piercing ultimates in both the RP as well as the Winter's Curse, or rather, actually, even the Stone Gaze, right? That's all that also pierces through the rage. So it's I don't know how this Lifestealer is supposed to get the hits off, which is the big problem in my mind. And then when the Eye of Scotty comes out from the Medusa, the Lifestealer can't play the game because there's no way to actually lifesteal in that regard. There's no way to go back once you've already committed in. It kind of feels like if this Lifestealer can't pop off from the very get-go, which is always going to be hard because, like you pointed out, it is a very slow build-up for a hero like that. So if he doesn't get the maximum out of the first 15 minutes, if he doesn't have a good radiance timing, if he's going for that, then I don't think this Lifestealer will be able to scale up against the Medusa.
We shall see. I mean, Power Rangers have brought in a couple of interesting surprises in the previous game and across all of the series that they have played within this season. So I guess we just have to believe. We just have to believe that they have the right idea on how they're gonna play out this Lifestealer. And I'm trying to see as well, like during those big skirmishes, because 2move are going to be thriving on those for sure. That's going to be their upkeep. That's going to be their biggest impact here. Supernova, it might keep them distracted for long enough for Nikki to deal immense amounts of damage. So maybe this Lifestealer is just a scapegoat to keep them distracted, because also the Doom might grow to be insanely scary. if he reaches the later stages of the game with his scepter being present, like he can just jump in, AoE strike down everybody, and turn the entire team fight into a huge reset. I don't know, like at the same time, you either want to live long enough and play long enough as Power Rangers to get the best out of this hero, but at the same time, you are giving to move the possibility to do the same. There's still always that benefit of the doubt, and I think it's all coming down to how well of a lane WoW has.
And to be fair, he had a pretty I wouldn't say bad, but he had a very disabled lane in that last game. But this time around, he has the opportunity to have a better one, especially against that Doom, who doesn't really do much against that with that Scorched Earth against the Deuce's mana shield. But at the same time, you can always have the rotations coming in from this Phoenix. It's a very easy gateplay to actually commit to. Go through the gate. You have the Wind Ranger, you have Disables, you have the movement speed advantage. You can overwhelm this Medusa, and the Winter Wyvern can't exactly do much against that. You're not going to be cold embracing the Medusa in that scenario. So you may actually just want to play on this bot lane rather than on that top side. For both supports, I would say.
I was just hoping that maybe we're going to see a temporary tri-lane, because the early aggression was brought upon TA 2000. But the damage is not present early on, so maybe Power Rangers can thrive on that. The upper hand, indeed, for 2 move is the fact that they are wielding a dual range combination within their safe lane. So yeah, they're always going to be getting away from the Scorched Earth, but Doom does not have a big problem if he's not getting early kills. He's just there for the farm. He's just there to be super stable. I think Mechta might be suffering once again, as Immersion again is going to be insanely proactive on this Wind Ranger. Thankfully, a couple of strikes back with the Arctic Burn are going to scare them away.
But he has to be careful. Now, this is a much, I would say, safer lane for the Winter Wyvern to play in compared to the Ringmaster earlier, because you do have, there's not exactly a whole lot of overwhelming damage coming out. Sure, Immersion, once he gets his Fabric Shot, will have that, but there's ways to escape, especially with the Flying Witch. But
Whoa.
He's going to be the target.
Yep, he is indeed. Mana is coming in to increase the duration of the shield, but Alberca is still within range. Nice cold embrace. It's still the focus now upon Mechta. Thankfully, the Scorched Earth is gonna expire, so no first blood just yet. But already, we see that once Power Rangers put their mind into it, somebody is already suffering. We spoke quite highly that, well, not quite highly, but quite well, that this is a lot more of a formidable lane. But it might be easier for Mechta to stay alive, but it's gonna be a lot more difficult for him to maintain the Dusa. Because he's giving her back health, and she needs mana.
And there's no real mana regen actually flying out. There's only one clarity actually coming for the Winter Wyvern. Even Woe is bringing in a Null Talisman rather than any kind of a Mango. And I wonder the Winter Wyvern if he'll use the clarity on himself or rather give it to Woe.
Either way, Immersion is feeling hyper aggressive, so the second he's gonna see that aura coming in from the clarity, he's gonna look for an instant cancel. Mechta going in for a little bit of a right-click punishment upon Alberca, but yep, there's the clarity, instantly denied. Immersion, even if he suffers, at the very least, he's gonna keep things in control. Shackle now, once again, upon Woe. The shield is not melting as fast, but look at this, like, the second is gone. She's down to 1/3 of her HP.
There are only 5-1 charges to play with. This is all without the Phoenix rotating in. Once that happens, I'm not sure if Woe will be able to make it out. And you are playing a Life Stealer on TA 2000. He can solo the lane, and there's not a lot of skill potential on him. Like BB3, his Shockwave is not going to do much. His Skewer is not going to do much as long as you can pop the Rage before you get skewered in. And Queasy's Telekinesis at the early levels is not a good enough setup for the Skewer itself. You're not going to be able to disable the Rage in time.
Yep, and let's just see what happens here. BP3PX is going to force the Skewer to try to run away. Blood Grenades on top of him. the open wounds as well. Still, the damage is insufficient, but till the end, he is committed. He still has the fiery spirits, but the telekinesis will take him back. Connect upon TA2000, and the first blood is going to be drawn. Successful mission for 2-move, but wait, top side, whoa, once again looking super low. Alberca this time going in for the deep dive. The power shot is going to connect, but the damage is sufficient. Still, the right click is going to be enough. It's just going to end up in a trade-off. Whoa, alive and well. Alive, but actually not super well.
Yeah,
He
not
might
well
fall
at
next.
all, but at the same time, I think that's pretty good for 2-move, right? They got the first blood towards that bot lane. It was very close on both the side lanes here. But at the end of the day, your carry stays alive, your offlaner stays alive, you get the 2 kills. You know, Alberca is low, so even though Wo isn't too healthy, neither is the Doom in this scenario. Sure, he'll have the salve now come in. But it's a much better start to the game than the previous one. Or at least, at the very least, you have something that you can look forward to for 2.
Alberca, once again, he is looking for the aggression, but as levels keep coming, thankfully Mechta is a lot more alive in this game compared to the previous one, so he can be awarded with that extra experience. And the Arctic Burn does, you know, you get the slow, you get the damage, and you're losing the, well, the primary initiation. Mid lane, we have, once again, barely spoken about this one, but Nikki, he's had the upper hand during the laning stage in terms of his last hits. So far, Darknia, he's been venturing around the camps to try to compensate for his losses, but he's still lacking the epicenter for just a little bit. Top lane, Mechta, under siege. Well, I did say that Mechta was thriving on levels, but Alberca is able to just throw it back and be absolutely insane about it. Level 3 of Scorched Earth. 40 ticking damage and additional movement
Also,
speed.
That mana burn that Alberca has is devastating against the Medusa in the lane, right? It's just one of the most annoying spells to actually play against, not to mention you have the mana auras, so that 1.75 mana regen that he actually gets at the back of that Satyr Tormentor, plus that mana burn, he can spam that out quite easily, even without any kind of an arcane or soul ring.
And he's looking to go for it once again, even though he's all by himself, Immersion. Still down the lane, this might be a problem, as Alberca's aggressions, well, they will not be the death of him, but at least they will put a halt to the situation. But we're gonna have a Doom soon.
Actually coming out either. I'm very surprised, base, that no side has actually made any kind of a rotation. Like, no support. Phoenix, till the end, has just been babysitting that TA2000 all lane long, and so has Squeezy. So it's I'm a bit surprised by the lack of initiative from both teams.
I guess they're willing to play it super patient here. I mean, yeah, surprising. Haven't even seen those standard minute 6 rotations, no rotations across the gates. I mean, it's just a Farmville right now, you know? Keep focused on farming, get to those bigger items. How far are we from the Radiance? Very far away, but topside, again, under siege. It's just Alberca and Immersion keeping the ball rolling, but Nikki decides to join an avalanche lock upon Mechta. There's the Cold Embrace, keeping him in place. And even though the health is decent, you're still just throwing yourself in a very tough situation. So yeah, I guess mid laners are gonna start rotating.
I think for 2-move that's fine, right? I think the passive game works for 2-move because they're playing the Medusa, they're playing the 4 Protect 1. As long as they're not under pressure, it's okay for them to play passive and allow the Medusa to farm up. The Power Rangers are the ones who have to apply the tempo, who have to apply the pressure. Otherwise, they are inevitably going to be behind in that mid to late game.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, but at the same time, the fact that, I mean, looking back at the supports, the fact that they've been alive and well means A, you're gonna get the supernova on time, and B, you're gonna get the focus fire on time. And again, it's aggression after aggression after aggression. I assume if they take down the first 3 towers in less than 15 minutes, it's gonna be a lot more difficult for Woe to find that safe space to keep up with the farming. BP3PX, he's been a little bit hurt as well, so now he's forced to farm from the side lanes as well. Thankfully, he's got the built-in empower mechanism to make things a lot easier. Medusa, with her split shot, it is good enough, but she's always gonna be vulnerable.
Alberca has to get back. Darkness rotation is not going to be successful here. Oh, no. Alberca's
could be.
super slow.
Yep, I mean, that's the power of the Winter Wyvern. Successful takedown. Meanwhile, down bot, well, around the mid lane, Nikki is gonna get a return kill upon Queasy, and they can easily convert this into the first tier 1 tower siege.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Yeah, Darkness doesn't have the teleport, so
Dire's middle tower is
I don't know if the tower is going to go down. I think it's going to be close. It'll still be low, but at the same time, it was an offlaner for a support. So obviously the kill exchange is not advantageous for them, but they've applied quite a lot of pressure on that tower, like you pointed out. So if you're able to take this tower down within the next minute or so, I'd say that's going to be worth it for Power Rangers.
I don't think that Alberca is gonna be super sad about him dying earlier. I mean, Dooms, they have a very steady curve. You can take them down once easily with your limited power output that you have in the early stages of the game, but later on, he's gonna be a lot tougher. He is gonna exploit the fact that you are gonna be lacking damage, and you only have damage from one big source. And toss, Queasy, Icarus dive, nice cancel with the telekinesis, but the supernova is going to be used up as they notice Darknia and Mesh are trying to close the gap. Immersion still focused upon Queasy, but unfortunately, well, fortunately for Queasy, no mana, no problem. Darknia chooses to reinitiate. They see him with the Dust BB3PX, beautiful RP, locking down on both of these supports. There's the epicenter. Immersion will fall alongside with till the end. Still, the tower is going to fall.
Yeah, I mean, they took the tower down. First tower of the game, that is obviously an objective that you want to get ahead of, especially against the Medusa lineup. But losing your 2 supports for that, I'm not sure if that's going to be worth it. You give so much away to Darknia. He almost has his Blink Dagger. He'll have it at that 12-minute mark. And it kind of feels like they are in a rough spot. They also committed the egg. Sure, they still have the Doom, so they have one more move to play. But they need to make it work.
Let's see. It feels like they might go on Woe to make it even. There's the first Doom usage. The shield is dropping, but a beautiful Arcane's Curse is gonna put a halt upon Alberca, not necessarily gonna take him down, so DOTA will survive the Doom duration instead. Power Rangers, they're not willing to walk away from this one empty-handed. They want Meshed and they want him dead and gone for this intrusion. But he's been busy. He's lurking around the trees. He's trying to waste as much time as he can. But still stuck amongst the trees, shackled up. Power shot is gonna connect. Oh, no way, he's not. I mean, he's thankfully the TP is on cooldown. He's gonna survive. Immersion, he's still looking for him. Power shot in the wrong direction. This is insane. But the Fire Spirits. Oh, one will hit. It's one, ladies and gentlemen. The Cold Embrace right after. Now they're sure that he's there. But oh no, the Power shot. How did that miss? Was it the terrain? No.
I don't know how that missed though, but that turned into a game of Fudge Wars for just a moment or so.
That was insane.
But they still, at the end of the day, it was Woe that was the big target. That Doom was used, a very high cooldown, and they weren't able to get that done simply because of that sacrificial play. Not to mention, the Winter Wyvern, sure he went down, but how much space did he just create?
A lot.
30 seconds, a full minute of space for their Medusa, for the rest of their lineup? I say that's plenty worth it.
Yep, indeed, space created. Nicely done there. I mean, only with the Wind Ranger being the lockdown potential here, I think it was already a little bit too greedy of a contest there. And the fact that the tier 1 tower is still alive and well. Somebody's gonna pop up, somebody's gonna help you out. You're just lucky that it was just Meshta wasting your time. If the rest of the crew appeared, there would have been 3 heroes dead and gone.
The 18,000? There are 4 heroes on this bot lane, and he does
They
need to
won
be
him.
careful.
There's the RP, they're charging everything up. It's gonna be a big overcommitment, but better be safe than sorry.
I mean, if they can convert this into a tier 1 tower, that would be ideal. And again, the rotations are going to come in. You have the Blink Daggers up for Darknia as well as Nikki Cool, so it just depends on which mid laner is able to make use of their Blink Dagger. That is going to set both of these two teams apart.
Till the end appears first in the backlines. Darknia is in danger. He's gonna be shackled up. They do see him across the sandstorm, but he still has the Blink Dagger. 15 seconds left remaining. Oh, power shot. Oh, beautiful burrow strike for the save. Pixels. Pixels were in question. Absolutely insane. They're gonna walk away with murder here.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower
And they'll
is
actually,
under
okay, so
attack.
they have one more move. They are again looking for Woe, and he doesn't suspect this.
Are they gonna get him? Second Doom appearing. Mechta decides to join in for the assistance. Icarus dive. This time the Supernova will be committed as well. Arctic, the curse, not gonna connect onto anything. Nikki Cool, he's still sieging. The stone gaze is gonna be used up. He is.
Top tower is
A stone still gonna be turned into stone, but the avalanche with the connect, the power shot a little bit too soon there. Still, finally, they'll get the execution. It's gonna be a 2 for the price of null, as Mechta dies as well.
Dire's top
I'm surprised that no other rotation actually came out. BB3 had his teleport. I don't know if it's because they thought the Medusa had already escaped, but quite clearly, they were able to overcome that gap. As Nicky Cool has overextended, overplayed his hand.
Now BB3PX is gonna arrive and just skewer him down, nicely done. I mean, it could have been the reason that they used up the big ultimates earlier, so they're not willing to make a huge impact. But now, slowly, they're coming back. Still, the shackle, nicely done there till the end. Icarus dive for the save. Now Alberca, still within harm's way. But they lost their momentum, they lost their tempo, and they should be giving up this chase.
Lifestealer has that Radiance built up now. It's not exactly an early Radiance. He doesn't have as much CS as the Medusa does. It does give you quite a bit of time. You still do have 15 more minutes where Woe won't be as strong. But as I say that, I mean, Woe has gotten quite a lot from this laning phase. He almost has that Manta style, and I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for that Eye of Skadi next.
What do you make of the fact that Alberca opted in for a Radiance as well? A double Radiance play.
I'm not sure what that is about. I
Dire's middle tower
can
is under
imagine
attack.
one of these two Radiances being broken into another fire, either for Alberca or that Lifestealer later on. But it's good for the just the individual evasion on yourself, or it could just be a mistake.
Or it could be
just
good
one
for
of those.
farming, you know. Always the Scorched
Yep.
Turf synergizes really nicely with the Radiance. Meanwhile, it seems like Alberca is gonna take some time for his item to be completed as the TP out. Not successful. The final stinger is gonna be enough for the kill.
Stone Game is immediately used on the bot side. But again, they have used the epicenter, so that's why maybe Power Rangers actually want to look for a fight.
Yep, and the Stone Gaze as well was used up a little bit prematurely, but only is gonna be Queasy falling down between the tier 1 and the tier 2 lane.
Dire's bottom
Nikki,
tower
he's
is under
looking for
attack.
more. He's grown stronger, but he's still lacking the good old Echo Saber, but he's got enough damage to go in for these solo support pickoffs. Mechta tossed back right behind the tier 1 tower, and he was considering popping the Cold Embrace, but he was dead for sure.
And Nicky
bottom
Cool has
tower is under
a
attack.
lot of pressure on his shoulders. He has to constantly make sure to keep the enemies on their toes. He has to be the one to make those plays. The other side has plenty of heroes that can do that, right? It's the Winter's Wyvern. For sure, right now he's been playing very defensive with his Winter's Curse because you kind of have to for your Medusa. But Darknia can make plays with the Sand King. BB3 can make plays with his Magnus. But the same can't be said for the other side, at least until the Wind Ranger has a dagger or the Doom's done farming with his Radiance, right? Nicky Cool has to be the one to go in each and every single time.
And he's looking for that chance right now, having the Infest. The Observer will be dropped. He's got the Stone Gaze if things go bad. They are trying to get in front of him. The toss will go through. He won't be making it through the bridge, especially with Nikki having the haste, trying to TP out. Mission unsuccessful. Can they go for more? Nikki, he's yearning for more kills. He finds Squeezy, but now he might be brought a little bit too deep into the fray. The epicenter goes through now with the RP, but it's only on one target. The Arcane's Curse in the backline, only upon immersion. There's the Doom. Now, BP is in trouble. Power Rangers, they're looking for the additional punishment, even without Nikki. TA2000 and Alberca, they're feeling overly confident for this one. Sunray with the power shot. BP3PX will fall alongside with his streak.
mean, you take the Medusa down, you take the Magnus down. That is a very good end result for what was only one death. And I kind of feel like
Oh, hold up. Alberca? He's gonna be fine.
Power Rangers have to accept the fact that they will always lose their Tiny. He's their sole initiator. There is so much counter initiation at play. There's no way that the epicenter is not going to come out, right? Darknia will always, as long as he's there, will always get that down. So you have to be okay with the fact that you will lose one person at the start of the fight. It's how you transition that fight later on, and this time around they were able to do that. But that kind of a play is not going to be available for Power Rangers.
Tormy number 1. They're gonna commit the infest as well, so immersion's not gonna fall because even with the beautiful lockdowns and with the great push that Power Rangers currently have, their damage output is indeed limited, which might prove to show as well as the game keeps on going, because again, the DOTA late game is an absolute menace. But during the previous skirmish, we did notice with her being missing what the rest of the crew can do and how many spells they're able to commit. Like Nikki, he soaked up both the RP, both the epicenter, but the Arctic Curse was all the way across, which it was weird, you know, but I do understand the idea there. Nikki going in for the Shrine Snatch, but a beautiful skewer back from BP3PX. He's gonna be punished for this aggression. No extra experience for you, sir. Give us your gold.
I'm not sure what Nikki was doing there. Right outside the tier 2 tower with no one else nearby. That was a very overly ambitious attempt on the Winter Wyvern, who, by the way, has that Babus. So you have that 250 damage barrier. You can't give away too many of your lives like that, especially on your playmaker.
Space created? Maybe. Meanwhile, Darknia, they're gonna use this as an incentive to push forward, finding till the end. Charging up the Epi, they want to go for more. They find Alberca lurking amongst the trees and toss forward. Queasy, nicely stolen spell there. It's gonna be 3 heroes dying for the price of none. So yeah, space not created.
Between space created and space being lost. And I mean, I kind of feel like Power Rangers haven't got enough in the first, if up until this point, to be able to transition. Now you kind of have to accept the fact that this Medusa will be a late game carry, or rather a farmed up Medusa at that late game. Like there's no way to end the game, right? There's no foreseeable way that they can end this game or have a big enough advantage build up in the next 10 to 15 minutes. So that means you will have that Eye of Skadi coming up in the next few minutes, and then you'll have that that Butterfly coming up in the next few minutes, then that Eye of Skadi coming up 5 to 7 minutes after that, and then eventually that Daedalus and whatever the Medusa wants to create. So what exactly is going to be the game plan? Is this life stealer going to be able to become so massive that he can take down a Medusa? He'll be the first life stealer to do that in my book.
I mean, let's see. I'm not 100% believer that that is going to be the case, but I still believe that Power Rangers, if they put their mind into it, they're super committed, they're super good. But let's see, right now their aggressions are being actively punished. Alberca, alongside with Immersion, they're looking for a kill. But they might just lose... Well, they didn't lose sight of anybody because they had no idea that BP3PX was there. But also as the game keeps on going, like, even if Power Rangers are able to keep this even, they're not able to successfully breach high ground, not unless Nikki finds these playmates, finds these single target pickoffs, takes them back into like a safer spot for a kill.
I mean, high ground is impossible, right? You're playing into a skewer, you're playing into a Sand King. The slightest misstep could be an overextension because that epicenter will be there. You're also playing into the Winter Wyvern and the Rubik Lift. It seems like all 5 heroes of the dire side of 2-move are great for a high ground defense. But the question in my mind is if it'll even get to that point. Like, is their high ground even going to be threatened? Because, quite frankly, I seem to think that even pushing these tier 2 towers could be a disaster.
Dire's top
So
tower
far,
is
Power
under
Rangers, they do have one additional tower in their favor. They still have tier 1 top standing strong. Till the end, opting in for a first bigger item to be the Orchid Malevolence, which is a very premium item for a support. Meanwhile, we are looking at the Aghanim Scepter queued up for TA 2000, and it's nearing halfway completion. While currently, they are on the move to try to scout things out. Now they want a little bit of a taste of aggression of their own. As they have the big ultimates ready, they just need to find the sufficient amount of targets. Power Rangers are gonna be reciprocating with a siege of their own, but it seems like Woe might be caught up first into the skirmish here. Yep, till the end, he sees him, but BP3PX, he's willing to lead the way forward. They do have the vision for this, but BP catching on to two. Nicely done. No, actually, it's a package shield. The Infest Bomb was inside, but a Supernova will be popped up. Still, they have a lock. Look at this beautiful damage delivered. Darknia, Nikki, TA2000. They thought they had two, but instead, it was a Kinder Surprise. The Infest Bomb was upon Nikki.
I mean, even if the live shooter, like, it feels so rough. Like these kind of plays, it kind of feels like their lineup naturally sets themselves up against each other, against this Magnus, against the Sand King. Like, as I was seeing both of those two teams group up, I was thinking in my mind, what is the ideal way to start a fight? And there is none, right? It's just so awkward for Power Rangers. I really don't know what their chances are. Like, they haven't gotten their win conditions down. They don't have a big enough lead. They don't have early to begin with. Now they have an Aegis against them.
Maybe they were hoping for the same rinse and repeat situation that they got earlier, like easy control over Woe during the laning stage, but Mechta was a lot more of a formidable and a lot more of an aggressive support to deal with, so if, I don't know, ideally they had 3 kills before the first shrines appear, and that's hyper idealistic, they might have kept things in check, but regardless, BP3PX alongside with Darknia, alongside with their collective executions, they're always gonna be punishing to a minimum of 2 heroes, and that's already way too big of a loss for Power Rangers. And again, you see Nikki? There's a very high chance that he's infested, and that's already robbing away any pick-off potential, any chance for TA2000 to do anything by himself, and he's still looking for the scepter completion, but you cannot infest into anybody else, you cannot turn the Magnus into your own personal taxi service to take you back to the enemy team and obliterate yourself over there, because it's impossible.
No, and that infest is just countered out by one basic spell of the Winter Wyvern.
Yeah?
Oh.
You're
Like, this isn't a live
screwed.
shooter game. This is
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Down
confusion.
bottom.
Like, I've been confused
Darknia?
at the start of the very last pick.
Oh boy.
Yeah, this game is pretty much over. Basically.
Yeah.
This is,
They were looking for
Like, I
Darknia,
don't-
they were looking for something easy, but it's not happening.
I don't normally say this when there isn't like a big lead against a certain team, but it very much feels like a last pick live shooter in this scenario, and then when the things don't work out in the laning phase, when you don't have this when you can't crush the other side, like if it's not one-sided in the way that you win the laning phase, you lose against a Medusa with a live shooter.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I don't know, it's because we have a Magnus on the other situation, it's like always that comment that I have living rent-free in my head with PSG LGD playing against Team Spirit. We have a plan for the Magnus, and they never did. We have a plan for the Dusa. No you don't.
And Albercus is roaming around with his Radiant, right? Like, what is this Doom supposed to do? Like, I feel like
Radiant's
everyone on Power Rangers lineup, or rather, no one on Power Rangers lineup has a purpose apart from the Tiny. Like, what do any of them actually accomplish this game? Or what do they hope to accomplish this game?
I mean, I don't know, maybe they're just taking notes for game number 3. Because, yeah, I'm trying to look even through the optimistic prism that there might be a slither of a chance. But the second you show up, even if you are the ones being the aggressors, you're gonna be ultimately obliterated because you don't have a super strong of a lockdown aside from Nikki. You don't have super strong of a shutdown aside from Nikki. You don't have. What else are we looking for here? I mean, execution. It's only the Tiny that has a super strong of a role and a super strong of a presence. He will be getting the Aghanim Scepter once again, so that will finally result in a little bit of an extra damage. But you cannot keep them all together. You'll need to start either focusing on different itemizations such as Gleipnirs or whatnot, and TA 2000 once again endangered the RP upon him, BP3PX. This time, he's gonna survive the primary impact, but in the backlines, Darknia is causing a lot more issues. He will take down the Wind Ranger, TA 2000. There's the Doom. Okay, finally, that's a little bit of something. It's gonna be 3 for the price of 1, but you don't have the DOTA anywhere in the vicinity. So you pretty much were lucky for the setup.
Dire's top tower.
Yeah, a bit of overconfidence coming out by the side of two move. The Winter Wyvern was very close by, and I don't know why BB3 was man fighting a life stealer, knowing the fact that their Medusa is not going to be available to join them. They could have disengaged any point they wanted. They were the ones who initiated on that life stealer without their Medusa. So maybe getting a bit too ahead of themselves there, maybe not really, maybe underestimating what the Radiant side actually bring to the table. Because without the Medusa, the entire scenario changes, right? Without the Medusa, suddenly you do have the damage, you do have the lockdown, and the disables up, especially when you use that Doom.
I mean, for sure the overconfidence got the better of him. But they were looking for the punishment. You know, you're seeing the enemy carry venturing too far out under your tier 2 tower, and it's like, yeah, this is a situation for granted that we're gonna, easily take him down. Without taking into credit, there might be other heroes lurking in the vicinity, and they completely were not aware that Nikki had the additional damage output, because the tree volley, was definitely something that aided for this situation. And okay, hold up. We lost our momentum. We used up the RP for this guy. Immersion was the prime focus in the backlines for the epicenter, so the 1+1 were nowhere close to the plus sign to make it a 2. I don't know if it makes sense what I'm trying to say, but you needed all things to line up together for you to deliver those big executions. If you try to segment your bigger spells, you're losing your tempo and you're losing the big impact that you have. And aside, the DOTA not being a part of this equation was also a very big problem. But let's see now. Smoke up. This time, they're looking to venture deep into the Radiant's jungle. Alberca will be RP'd and brought to a halt.
And the rest of them do have the scatter. I mean, you can't face up against the charging two-move lineup, especially when all 5 of them are there.
They're fighting across
the end.
It was so funny. They were fighting pretty much at the edge of the map space. Like with the Sunray. I don't know why he didn't pop the Sunray TP out. Maybe he thought it was gonna be a little bit too obvious. But he just got clipped back off of that high ground. The game just punished him for trying to be super sly.
And now suddenly it's a 2-move on your high ground without an Aegis. And what are your options right now? How do you go in? You toss someone back? But
To
Wo
who?
can just ignore everyone. Like, Wo doesn't actually have to fight you. You can just go for each and every single lane of these barracks, and there's nothing that Power Rangers can actually do about this.
I mean, Power Rangers are not even here. They're looking at the backlines, trying to find some unwilling, unknown support to be, taken down. But there's the Winter Scourge being brought back. It's gonna put things to a halt now. Nikki and T2000 on the run. Oh, TA, he did infest on Wope, and now he's right in the middle of the skirmish. They're using the Supernova, they're using the Sunray, everything they can to keep him alive, but it's gonna be insufficient. Alberca jumping in. They are popping the Doom upon Darknia. It's gonna be one. It's gonna be a big kill indeed, though. Queasy, the Supernova did go through completely. And now they're fighting against Woke, who's got no mana, who's got no health. They're gonna take him down finally. And now it's just Alberca, BP3PX with till the end. Can they get 1-for-1 in terms of the offlaners? Yes, they do. And it's only till the end being the sole survivor here. What just happened?
Not exactly too sure about how they actually were able to win that fight without their lifestealer, by the way. He was the first casualty of Darknia's epicenter was completely whiffed there in the fight. That was not a factor. The egg survived. Medusa was not able to take the egg down. She was the only one targeting it. By the time that the egg popped, the stuns came about. Or rather, Alberca survived for quite the long time there, especially with that Shiva's guard. He was able to hold his ground where the life stealer couldn't, and they just outlasted the other team. Now, keeping in mind, the RP was not actually used in that fight, I believe, so that one wasn't really a factor. But I am very surprised with how Power Rangers were able to play that.
It was a difficult fight to begin with. I mean, they had two heroes still dead and waiting to respawn. Already, the majority of the cores were in the backlines, having futile attempts to take down the poor supports. And Queasy, he did stay alive for long enough, but the instant pop of the Arctic Curse, a lot of things went through prematurely, which, you know, gave a lot of thumbs up for Power Rangers. Okay, let's keep on going. But there was that big mistake of TA2000 leading the siege. You cannot lead the siege with the Lifestealer, but it did give away the center of attention to be upon him instead of the Supernova, instead of Alberca. Nikki, he did perish a little bit too soon. But maybe, I mean, things might be a subject to change, because even with the big commitments, even with the big spells available on the end of 2-move, it's not gonna be until the refreshers that they're able to fortify their ongoing presence. There's still a chance for Power Rangers to improve with what they currently have. And I'm still expecting on the Doom Scepter to arrive. That thing it could turn into a very big game changer. Now it's time for Roche, BP3PX, Harpoon up. He's gonna drag targets out into the fray, down the river. Arctic Scarce thrown upon. Okay, so this is what you're having. This is your power output. When you're bringing the initiation with every single thing, everybody just gets deleted on the spot, and it's BP3PX. Just give him more tips if you have. This was a very worthwhile setup.
I mean, that's what happens when Power Rangers make one small misstep.
Yeah,
Right? That is the natural conclusion of what this game actually comes down to. It's you know, when things are going your way, it's one hero surviving and the rest of you going down. When things don't go your way, your entire team gets wiped out and ends up with an ultra kill. Maybe a rampage if the life stealer was actually there with them in the fight.
true. But also a big kudos to the 2-move supports, because the observers that were being placed there, they were anticipating for the next Roche to appear, and I mean, they realized Roche is not here, and we have everything off of cooldown, so let's just wait for them to appear. And they went down the wrong direction. They went down the confident path, and yeah, everybody being stacked up. That's your primary mistake when you're having this sort of a team fight.
And if Power Rangers want to make a move, they need to make it now while that Winter Scourge is on cooldown.
Yep, they're gonna go for it, but Darknia jumps in into the backlines. He still has the Epi till the end. Will pop. No buyback available onto till the end. No Supernova, no nothing. TA2000 sieging forward. The Doom is upon Darknia. Can they take them down? Nobody seems to be dying here, even though targets are dropping severely low. TA2000 stoned up, and he will lose the pickoff potential. Darknia, he's fine. Everybody's fine. They just forced out 3 buybacks, and they just took down the Phoenix with ease first.
Yeah, and now only 2 barracks remain, or rather, one set of barracks actually remain. 18,000 of a lead right now, and the life stealer is 7,000 behind them. Medusa, outside of you getting a miracle play, I don't know what your chances are, because next time that Power Range, or rather next time that 2-move come to your high ground, it's going to be with that Aegis, going to be with that banner, and going to be with all of their ultimates off. And you won't have any buybacks available. Like, you're going to go for one last fight, sure, but this game is kind of pretty much over.
Yep, it is feeling like a 1-1 more than ever. I mean, 16k, 38 minutes in, 29 over 19. Whoa, getting close to 6 stacks. He's got the blood turn for quite some time, and he's got the second life, but don't go back to farming. Just go with the push, man. I mean, yeah, I know you want to get the Blink Dagger to make this even more close and personal, but you're also withholding the Roche banner, and you're just one step closer towards getting the Megas. And oh, Outpost attempts to be reclaimed by Power Rangers, but 2-move will utilize the final seconds of his duration just to come back. And keep on pressuring, keep on pushing.
Power Rangers have to go for a backline play like they did when that bot lane was being pushed in. That is the only way. You have to take this you have to take this Winter Wyvern and this Rubik out before the fight actually truly starts.
That is quite ambitious because already they're completely surrounded. There's vision in the backlines. BP3PX will jump in with the initiation, but he's gonna be put to a halt. But with the Arcane Skirts, they're gonna keep him locked down. RP as a follow-up. They have no way to move out of this. There's the GG being called up. I was not a firm believer in this draft to begin with, but the execution was absolutely beautiful. The Lifestealer pick, it just threw Power Rangers in a very awkward spot, so maybe if they were listening to you and opted in for the Knicks instead, it would have been 10 times better.
Yeah, the Wind Ranger carry would have certainly changed quite a few things from this draft. Even if you're, able to bring, sure, you have some BKB piercing ultimates, but the thing about the Wind Ranger is if you manage to get the Wind Run off, then even in that RP, even in that Winter's Curse, you're still going to be dodging all of the hits. That is something to consider. And for Power Rangers, there was quite a few mistakes, right? Sure, the Radiance on the Doom is meant to farm, but then if two of your cores are farming up, you're still playing against the Medusa, right?
No.
This is not supposed to be a farming game. This is supposed to be a tempo game. This is supposed to be making sure the two move are the ones pressured, but it didn't ever feel like two moves were pressured. It felt like the Winter Wyvern had the easiest saves on his carry, right? Like no Phoenix rotation coming in towards that top lane. Even the first Doom uses on the Medusa did not work out simply because they did not bring in enough numbers. And the few times they were able to pressure the Medusa, it came at the loss of a lot of space because those extensions, those skills or pickoffs required a full minute to get done. So quite frankly, two move, great job by them to even out this series, but I can't say that. I do think that it was Power Rangers who actually handed this to them on a silver platter.
Yep, pretty much for sure. I mean, it was looking shaky from the drafting stage, and it went all the way until the game ended. Everybody, I mean, you could have turned the supports into a little bit more tempo to work with Nikki, but you also, the fact that you opted in for a presumably a very late game carry, which was never able to contest the presence of the Medusa. You were not able to deliver the same level of play as you did last time. You were not able to punish to move way too soon. And to move with this, they were able to equate the score to 1-1. As for us, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a small break and we're going to be back with game number 3. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to game number 3 between Power Rangers and Two Move. And then it seems like it's gonna be a 3 out of 3 Magnus picks. This time, once again, landing on the side of Power Rangers. And no Rubik, finally. Maybe, I mean, it's not setting a path for a DOTA once again, but what do you reckon after the previous game number 2? What should Power Rangers take into consideration?
Well, I mean, you have a Wind Ranger, so ideally, if there is a Medusa that comes out, you can just play the Wind Ranger as the core. It's also a 3 out of 3 for the Wind Ranger, as well as the Tiny, right? A 2 out of 2 for, rather, a 2 out of 3 for the Winter Wyvern. The only new heroes in the pool are actually the Pangolier and the Snapfire. At the same time, it's interesting how Power Rangers are playing this mid lane Tiny constantly, and now we also have the Lich, which is a hero that I really haven't exactly seen in this current patch. I believe not even in those tier 1 tournaments. Like, it's just a pretty new hero overall. As Two Move are going to pick up the Alchemist.
I mean, this is interesting. Yeah, I mean, on both ends. I do believe I've seen the Lich appear once, and it just feels so freaking good. The Sinister Gaze for the pullback with the upgraded scepters, it's just very good for the setup. Like, you're getting everybody in an AoE, you're pretty much a Storm Spirit without the overcommitment, and once you get the shard early on with the Spire, you're able to chain frost targets really well and nicely. But with the Pango being already present, like, he can pretty much kick things off in a different direction, out of the center of mass where the entire team fight is happening. And I'm not really sure between the synergy of Snapfire and Pango, which is feeling a little bit contradicting. Snapfire does thrive on heroes that can give her a good stable lockdown, such as Mars, such as Underlord, such as maybe even Tidehunter, and Alchemist in the end. It's the second time I'm seeing Alchemist in the 741 patch, and the first time it was a win, surprisingly.
Yeah, I am not sure about the Alchemist because I get the idea. You know, Radiance Interceptor, you give your Scepter up to the Pangolier, suddenly he's the most farmed hero in the game, and he can solo kill the Lich, solo kill the Wind Ranger, disable the Magnus from coming out with his RP. But the problem with the Alchemist is that he is a really bad. He's really bad in the laning phase, and there's so many offlane heroes that can actually disable him down. Power Rangers can go back to their Whistleback, right? They can pick up any other offlaner. Each and every single one of them should be able to win the lane. So it is a bit iffy. Now the good thing is Two Move do ban out the Doom, so there's not going to be that available against the healing on the Alchemist. Winter Wyvern also enabling that chemical rage with the heal. That Alchemist, it's very difficult. So you need someone that can actually build up that Shiva's Guard, and someone that can build up that Spirit Vessel. And none of Power Rangers heroes currently actually do that.
I mean, unless they, get a Void Spirit and throw it into mid, but it seems like Pango is going to be a mid option here. I'm looking at Dawnbreaker as being a formidable play here for Power Rangers. Final bans are going to be Tidehunter, Sand King, Puck, and Doom. Puck I would have agreed with, but given the history of Power Rangers, they are once again going to throw the Tiny into the mid and give the Magnus to TA2000. So
I would actually imagine that Two Move pick up the Dawnbreaker, as because they do have the pick right now. Dawnbreaker's amount of heal with their existing heal is just going to be insane, and then Power Rangers can't initiate with the RP, right? Or rather, they're still gonna try with the RP, but then you RP someone, and instantly the Dawnbreaker comes flying in, and it's so hard to actually take people down. So that is an amazing pick for Two Move. Actually, I would be surprised if they let that go.
I still want to see a little bit stronger of a lockdown. I mean, you do have the Winter Wyvern once again who can keep targets all together and punish the RP, and then and you can end things up with the Mortimer's Kisses. But it's always the Pango, which is I don't like when you want to have things stacked up to utilize big spells. This guy's just throwing targets here and there and everywhere, and he's controlling the game of his own. Like, he's got a pacing, he's got an agenda of his own. And last pick for Two Move is going to be a Queen of Pain, so it seems like Pango will just, stick in the off lane.
Yeah, it's going to be the offlane Pango, mid lane Queen of Pain. Makes sense, right? Alchemist, give the Scepter to the Queen of Pain. You have 2 melee cores against you. Once that Scepter comes out, Magnus and Tiny are going to have a really difficult time. An extended team fight is just not possible against the kind of lineup that Two Move have. Great drafts coming out for the second time. even with the Alchemist, I would say. Um, Power Rangers have a difficult option now if they go for another, rather, most offlaners are melee heroes, right, in Dota. But
Mm-hmm.
if you go for that, then you're playing into the Queen of Spain and her natural setup. And if she'll have a scepter by that 17-minute mark at the very max, or 18-minute mark, and then what are you going to do? So it kind of feels like Power Rangers are once again boxed into a corner. And as it turns out, they won't actually pick up a melee hero. They will go for the Necro.
Now, this is a hero I'm seeing for the first time. Uh, I mean, across the entire season, I haven't seen Necro in such a freaking long time. I don't know what to make of this. I mean, I do like the pickup, but it's still falling down the line of some moves that are quite predictable here from Power Rangers. So Nikki once again on the Tiny, TA 2000 onto the Magnus. Uh, but which would you prioritize first in terms of the scepters? Do you want the Pango for the 90-degree swashbuckle, or do you want the Queen of Pain with the Shadow Strike being a lot more impactful?
I think the Queen of Pain. I think it should be Darknia because the Queen of Pain is someone that can build up that vessel, right? You get to that vessel, or even if not the vessel, then you go for the Kaya once you have that Aghanim Scepter. You can rotate a lot easier. And while that Rolling Thunder is great to have in this game, and the Aghanim Scepter, you can only play for as long as you have it off of cooldown. With the Queen of Pain, you don't once you have the Scepter, you don't necessarily have to actually uh play for the Sonic Wave. You can just play for the Shadow Strikes. You can all constantly disable Power Rangers, keep them at bay each and every, or rather every passing minute, and allow your own carry to farm up. So that's why I think the Scepter preference should be for the cop.
Yeah. And what do you think in terms of her mid lane skill prioritization? Like, we have seen the Shadow Strike being prioritized, but you're still not getting a lot more in terms of the farm. And Tiny does farm a lot faster with the tree being present. Like, you have the built-in cleave, you're getting the creeps early on. Are you gonna go in for the early harassment and sacrifice your personal farm, or you're gonna wait to have a lot bigger of an impact as the game keeps on going and just try to stabilize?
I think you do have to sacrifice your farm, because I'm assuming Alberca is going to go for that Radiance. This is going to be a bit of a semi-carry Necrophos, at least in my mind. And TA 2000 obviously playing that carry Magnus. Nikki Cool will have to get to that Blink Dagger and look to create space around the map. There's really no other way. I do still think that the late game favors 2 move once more in this game, simply because they have the easier initiation and they have the easier counter initiation. And it's still a question mark whether or not the Reaper site is going to be enough, because you will might have a Lotus Orb, might have those Glimmer Caves coming about, and it's again super hard to get that RP down, right? It's that Winter's Curse, is the Mortimers, is the Sonic Wave, is that Rolling Thunder. Each and every single hero on the other side is good at disabling what you want to do, which was the case in the last game, and we saw how that ended up.
Yep, I mean, it's gonna be tough for you to pick and choose one target because you wanna either shut down the Queen of Pain earlier, you wanna either shut down the Winter Wyvern, but that is gonna, be a big spell thrown onto a small hero. Meanwhile, topside, Queasy in danger. Beautiful cookie for the save. No first blood granted swiftly and easily here for Power Rangers. As far as, ladies and gentlemen, it is game number 3. And it seems like the action will not subside. Whoa, looking to punish till the end, but it seems like he might be the one in danger. There's your first blood. Alberca is gonna take down and just amplify the fact that Alchemist has a tough laning stage. Now they're looking for a match to Power Shot. Will connect onto 2 Cookie to buy some distance. One more strike. Are they gonna get it? Fairy Fire popped up. Under the tower she goes. She's gonna be fine, at least for now. Whoa, coming back up. Charging up. The stun once again. Oh, nope. Oh my god, no, he's gonna be caught into the tree. Still the end immersion are still there, and they're looking for a second punishment. What the hell is happening here? Another Fairy Fire for the save. Thankfully, he's within tower range. Alberca, he's gonna back off.
If he would have gone down there, I'm not sure if he would have wanted to play the rest of the game. I would be, if I was in his shoes, I would be done at that point. And still, he's so low that he can't actually play this lane. Even the Winter Wyvern is low. So when are they going to hit their level 2? How are they going to counter out this kind of tempo? Because you are playing into a Necro who does destroy you in the lane. Till the end.
It's gonna be Grandma getting a return kill upon the Lich here. I mean, Lich is also like a type of a silencer hero, very strong when it comes down to bringing in the big spells, but his survivability is absolute dog shit. So taking him down into the early lanes, it is quite formidable, and Snapfire is there to punish. I mean, just kicking things off with the Snapfire cookie and with the little shredder. It's a support against a counter support pretty much for the majority of them.
And I do wonder how many of these lanes that Power Rangers can actually win, because while they had a good start to that top side, their bot lane doesn't look too strong. Lich plus Magnus versus the Pangolier and Snapfire. You have a setup, you have a stun, Swashbuckle. So it does feel like TA2000 can be pressured quite a bit.
Yep, but at the same time, well, I mean, I really want to see if he's gonna be taken down once again, because already Immersion and Mechta, they're just actively being aggressive. The Unstable Concoction got charged up once again, and they're looking for somebody to fall. It's either gonna be Mechta, it's either gonna be Immersion, it's either gonna be Woe. Alberca is by far the most stable here, because you have the built-in healing, and with the Ghost Shroud, you can mitigate the majority of the incoming damage. But with the Heartstopper aura, things are gonna get a lot more fun, and I'm looking as well for the building of the Radiance per se. Meanwhile, bottom, TA2000, nice swashbuckle away into the river he goes, and he is back to safety. Queasy still on the other end, but look at the output damage from Grandma. She's gonna drop till the end to half HP. Cookie for the save. Unfortunately, she is out of resources, but thankfully, no skewer, no shockwave present for her takedown.
Yeah, and I mean, both teams are playing this well, I would say, trying to dish out the tempo. Neither side is actually coming out significantly ahead. The Queen of Pain is doing very well on that mid side. Nikki Cool doesn't have too much CS, only 10 as opposed to the 17 of the top. But the same can be said for that top lane, right? 18 CS for the Necro for Alberca, as opposed to just the 11 for Wolf.
Till the end. Oh, swift and easy fire snap cookie setup with the swashbuckle. Till the end gets deleted on the spot. That's absolutely sad. I thought for a second that there was going to be an Immersion rotation towards the bottom lane, but it seems like Alberca and Immersion are going to join forces to look for the punishment once again. They are popping the fortification as well to keep the tower occupied with the creeps. But can they get a kill? Alberca, he's persistent. He's moving forward. He wants somebody to die. The power shot will connect, but the damage is not enough. Still, Woe, super low, no mana. They're closing the gap, and Woe is dead for yet a second time. Oh,
that
boy.
is not good for the Alchemist. I mean, he's already behind on CS. Now he's dying a bunch of times. The Winter Wyvern is also falling low as he stays inside of the aura of that Necroforce, the Heartstopper. So it's a position where he can't really help out his Alchemist as much compared to the previous game. And you don't want to have a late Radiance, or rather, a late Radiance or a late Aghanim Scepter, because that is what you're playing for. And you might just be pushed into a situation where you will choose not to pull in the scepters and just go for the standard Alchemist build into a hard carry. That could be an option if you know, as a fallback mechanism, because at the end of the day, even an Alchemist carry can stack up to that Magnus, especially since that that heal will be there from the Winter Wyvern later on.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the nerf from 741C, you're not getting enough benefits with melting the scepters, so those benefits, especially if they're late, they're not gonna give you any upper hand. And currently, yeah, he's at the bottom of the net worths, but Nikki Cool's been suffering as well. It seems like the Queen of Pain has been making his life insufferable.
Immersion is here too. I mean, 6-minute Power Rune is where you want to play or what you want to play for, but if you see an opening, you can go for it. Like, till the end will go down. For the third time, this is surprising.
But can they get Queasy out of this one? Both BP3PX and Queasy are looking low, but thankfully, TA2000 his cooldowns are still on quite a high timer. So ultimately, they're going to find. I mean, it's a rinse and repeat combo. One small misstep, you see the Lich further away from his carry, you just pop the cookie, the swashbuckle does the rest. I mean, you're not even doing that much damage with the swashbuckle. Is the little shredder combined. Now we also have the scatter blast being present. It's just too much for the Lich to handle, who even with him being forced to go in for level 1 of the Frost Shield, it's not helping you at all. Top side. Whoa, once again in danger. Immersion just keeps him pushed, just keeps him out of the farm. And the money bank, it ran out of ink already. They're not able to print money. And you don't have a carry currently. And already we have till the end willing to utilize the winning off this lane to his own benefit, but also Darknia joins in. They're looking to punish Immersion. That's going to be the case. They still have Sonic Wave available, but nope, it's just going to heal up Alberca back to 100. Beautiful sight. Darknia is going to pay the price. Till the end, Sinister Gaze pulling Match to back. They also have revealed the presence of the urn. But I do believe a 2 for a 4 is a lot better of a trade-off favoring Power Rangers.
Yeah, I mean, the Queen of Pain rotating in just to be able to take down a Wind Ranger before dying, simply not going to be worth it. You disable the Tiny, but now the Tiny's back, considering all of the space that he got. And now, even the Winter Wyvern might actually just die here.
Thankfully, a couple of split seconds from the Arctic Burn are gonna be enough for him to overcome the difficult terrain, but nope, he's gonna land in the Sinister Gaze once more. And he shall perish, alongside with Woe's Courier.
This is not looking too good. I mean, 8 minutes in, a 3,000 net worth advantage. Your Alchemist barely has a game. I don't know what he can do. I mean, he has a Soul Ring now, and he's gonna fall back to the jungle normally, where you have a 13-minute radiance or a 14-minute radiance. This might just be a 16 or 17-minute radiance at this pace. And I mean, TA2000 has a free lane, because while till the end it was the one going down, the Magnus was still able to fight back. The Magnus still has 61 CS, the highest in the game so far. So it really doesn't feel like it really doesn't feel like Two Move are able to pressure the Magnus quite the same way compared to how Power Rangers are pressuring the Alchemist.
Speaking of, RP upon BP3PX, they get the Pango on the lock, and a very nice timing before he's able to reach the Rolling Thunder. Nicely
One tower
done.
already down though, as well. You know, so you take down the only hero that wasn't unpunished. That was the Pangolier on that bot lane. The Queen of Pain died, the Alchemist has died, and now the Pangolier has died. And we're back to square one for Two Move. We're back to that game number 1 and a horrendous start.
Yeah, and even though, I mean, the majority of the kills came from the takedowns up till the end, which was the swift and easy kill every single time he appeared, right now the targets that Power Rangers are punishing have been 1, 2, 3. And I'm not sure if you can redeem yourself with Grandma and the Winter Wyvern, because again, the Winter Wyvern is very much dependent on the aggression that the team has to offer. You don't want to use your big ultimate defensively. You want to stay aggressive. Queasy, he's still missing out on the Mortimer's Kisses as BP3PX. He finally got to level 6, but now he does not have the initiation. Meanwhile, mid lane, Darknia, he's gonna face the wrath of yet another Reaper Scythe, which will grant Necrophos the 2 additional HP regen and mana from kills. And he's got a full completed vessel and boots of travel.
Yeah.
What is this?
That is the problem here for the side of Two Move. I mean, look at their Observer Ward that they've plotted down on that mid lane. They're hugging the tower. Still, the end is going to be yet another casualty, but I mean,
He did
they just
deny the
expected more
Amplify.
for that.
Yeah, but whoa, top side, he's trying to TP out. Is it gonna be? Well, it's gonna be a success. Regardless if he's dead or not, he's not farming. He's not able to do anything here. And so far, it's Necrophos mimicking what the Alchemist ideally should look like. This is absolute insanity. Down
I
bottom.
don't see where the comeback potential is going to come from. BB3 might be in danger. I mean, till the end, he has that Chain Frost. So BB3, if he gets RP'd, he is going to die.
Yep, I was looking at Tomb of were moving towards the bottom portion of the map, maybe in the hopes of catching TA2000. But it seems like till the end, yep, they will bring in the initiation. Sinister Gaze into the Chain Frost, into the RP, into the Skewer. He's gonna get the Swashbuckle off. Rolling Thunder, not gonna take him far enough. Mechta will also die in the mid lane.
That would have been better if BB3 didn't use the Rolling Thunder at all. Just accepted his fate. Because now the Rolling Thunder is on cooldown for about 100 seconds. You've lost all 3 of your tier 1 towers. There's a 7,000 lead that's going to build up soon. And most of the kills that Q-Move have gotten, or 4 out of the 5, 80% of the kills have just been on that one position 5 lich.
Yep, in the meanwhile, Necrophos is 5-0. TA2000 is 1-0. Nicky's hasn't been present just yet, so we still have a surprise waiting to happen. And he is halfway through completion of his Blink Dagger, and by far he's had the worst lane from all of the Power Ranger, because the Queen of Pain did completely outfarm him, but now the rest of the crew, they're there to compensate. Smoke Up coming in from 2-move. They're looking for some sort of vengeance, but it's again till the end that they're looking for. Sinister Gaze will pull him back. Sonic Wave, don't get the Lich, get everybody else. Queasy and the backlines, he's in danger. It's gonna be a 1-for-1 so far, but the Sonic Wave not present. Neither is the Rolling Thunder since its previous usage earlier. And the backlines, Mechta will die from the Necro Scythe and the last hit coming in from TA2000. So no additional stack, but it's an exchange 2-for-1. And they still have eyes on Darknia. Blink has been used up already. 5 more seconds. Can they take it down? The shield rune will eventually perish, and she is ultimately going to be fine. Thankfully for that shield rune snatch, but she would have been dead and gone as well.
Yeah, he's the Darkness sending out the laugh voice line, but I feel like he's dying on the inside considering how their game is actually going.
Yeah, I don't know if you have that like local mentality. Like when you've reached that point of a tragedy, you cannot cry any longer. Like your tears are your eyes are dry. You're just laughing at this point, just to compensate for your misery.
Yeah, when you're past the point of any any hope, you just laugh at the circumstances rather than be sad about it. I mean, they have mitigated some of the network disadvantage they had. 6 to 7,000 now down to the 5,000. It's still a massive lead to overcome. There's still this Necrophos that once you see, you have to try to run around rather than contest. He has a completely free lane. TA2000 is a completely free lane. He is going to overfarm the Alchemist, right? He has that Empower. So while you still don't have a Radiance for Woe, TA2000 will be accelerating his farm, and the difference is only going to continue to increase.
And Woe, once again under siege. I mean, that deep ward has been granting a lot of intel. Unfortunately, they're going to lose the momentum of the early power shot reveal. So Woe, at the very least, he should be happy for completing the Sacred Relic. But we are looking at a skirmish around the mid lane. Darknia toss. He's gonna get the Arcane Rune, but for what cause? The Arctic Curse is gonna be popped, but it's gonna be upon till the end. Once again, the Cold Embrace is keeping Darknia on the spot. They're gonna pop the Chain Frost. BP3PX rolling in, but he's not connecting on to anybody. He's running between himself and Immersion, who did pop the Wind Run with the Focus Fire. Nikki Cole once again with the toss back. 3 for the price of null. You got the rune, but at what cost?
Yes. This is just awkward to watch. Like, this is just, I don't even know what to say. Like, they're just so far behind. I mean, TA2000, he's getting kills all by himself. With that, just committing in the RP, take someone down. Queasy is going to lose the Shrine of Wisdom, but the only reason they're not losing the Shrine of Wisdom is because Power Rangers are probably think that the Shrine of Wisdom has already been taken. Otherwise, that would be a free shrine. And there's just nowhere for them to play.
I mean, and also they're super busy, killing everybody they see. Darknia, he's gonna be scouted out. Again, he pops the Sonic Wave. They can only be satisfied with getting it till the end, and that's gonna be the case. He's gonna actually get a 2-for-1 deal, as both supports will fall. TA2000 now in danger, without any further assistance, without an RP, without mana. He cannot go far. Finally, some return kills for 2-move, and across all of these endeavors, Woe has been kept in the backlines, but it seems like Nikki and Alberca have found out where he is. Thankfully, the Scythe is not available for 10 more seconds, but the toss is there, the tree is there. He's taking away from the vessel damage and within the Heartstopper aura, and he's dead.
At the same time, those are some serious signs of life, right? Your Queen of Pain ends up with a double kill at the back of that Arcane Rune. You also managed to find TA2000 for the first time in the game. So this Queen of Pain could definitely be that carry. Does need that Aghanim Scepter though. I think that could change quite a bit about this game.
But
he might just get caught.
She's in danger. Big danger. Just the supports, I mean, till the end. it does. I mean, it doesn't justify why he got taken down so many times. But the second he finds a target with the Sinister Gaze, it's a matter of seconds before the shackle lands, and then there's Nikki. Oh, great, a treat! I'm gonna toss an avalanche, and somebody's gonna die here. Nobody stands a chance. Everybody ultimately will grow to be immensely squishy towards what Power Rangers have to offer, and they're again looking for more. They already got Dark Nia, and they're looking for Woe once again. Nikki being super sly with the Invis rune, instant toss, instant avalanche. Alberca, he never knew what struck him down.
They'll probably look for the tier 2 tower. They'll use the Mortimer just to be able to counter push this tower. I mean, they'll be successful in that regard, but
It's just
what are you exactly playing for by delaying the game, right? Your Alchemist is not a carry in this position. He has 7,000 net worth. He's 3,000 net worth behind that Necrophos. He is 2,000 net worth behind the Magnus. And it's only going to get worse. You know, the power spikes that the Radiant side are going to get are only going to disable the Alchemist's farm.
And he's still late with the Radiance. I mean, even though he just needs 2,200 gold, which is quite manageable, look at what's happening to the rest of the crew. Beautiful RP connecting onto 3. They're just dying one after the other. Mechta, Queasy, they shall suffer. BP3PX finds the Rolling Thunder to get the hell out of there, but this was absolutely ideal. While your carry is struggling to complete his first farming item, the enemy carry, he's landing 3 beautiful kills with just an Echo Saber, with just a Blink Dagger. I mean, it feels like small items, but they have such a big impact.
Yeah, the series really devolves around just a competition between both of these two teams, between who can play the Magnus better. Right, so I wouldn't be surprised if 2 move have the Magnus next game. Finally, we do have the Radiance come up for the Alchemist. I wonder if he'll go for the Scepter. Yeah, he has 2 Scepters pulled up. He's realized that he ain't doing anything this game. You know, it's either going to be the Queen of Pain or the Pangolier. But
Look at this. Look at this. He's once again under vision, and he's looking for him. Instant jump, and I mean, yeah, he's happy about the Radiance, but he's not going to be getting those Scepters anytime soon because the executions are there time after time again.
See him under the Observer Ward. I mean, you kind of have to play for Darknia at this point. He is perhaps the only one who has a semblance of a game, and even he is 3 and 5.
I mean, this is like the same thing we spoke about earlier with Nikki being the only impactful hero on the draft from Power Rangers, but you know, when the synergy is there, when the tempo is there from everybody else, he's turning into a bigger beast than he was before. Smoke up, now they're lingering again in the dire jungle. They find Mechta, instant toss with the shackle. He is barely alive, but not for long. BP3PX will throw in the Rolling Thunder, and Mortimer's Kisses will finally find their designated target, but they're throwing all of these big spells. Nikki finally shall die, but they've used up absolutely everything. Instant turnaround with the Ice Spire and the Frost. BP3PX shall fall. Queasy, you don't need to linger there any longer, Grandma. You don't have the cookie, you don't have anything. Alberca might take you down before you reach high ground. Okay, turn around and just go back home. Meanwhile,
no,
Darknia. Oh boy, RP. It's just gonna keep her on spot, man.
I still think that's a better strategy. You know, you lose 3 heroes, but your Alchemist can farm rather than your Alchemist dying and your other heroes farming. Because he can give you a Scepter faster than you can farm it yourself. So that is something. It is a bit of a silver lining, I suppose. But BB3 is also going for the Scepter. So I'm curious to know Woe's second Scepter, who it's actually good designed for. Is it the Wind? Or rather, it's probably the Snapfire, but again, I'm not sure about that.
Me neither. I mean, Immersion will be punished as he was lingering a little bit too deep. I just want to say it might be a race, I mean, at this point, but you are committed on one hero for the Scepter. Still, Woe farming very deep behind enemy lines, as no space is safe for him. TA2000 will find him. The The unstable concoction will put temporarily things to a halt, but Alberca, he's at the double. He's trying to chase this guy down. Arcane's Curse used only for one hero defensively. TA2000 will use this for the jump. And time after time again, the same rinse and repeat combination is gonna be the suffering end from Woe. I mean, it's just wishful thinking at this point. Yeah, he got the Radiance. He can finally look up towards some bigger items, but it cannot put a stop to the aggression if he wants to stay behind. If he wants to farm up, he's never gonna have the safe space. Top lane has been completely pushed out. Bottom lane as well. Where can he farm right now? Behind enemy lines. And look at this vision. Like, there's a ward defensive. There's a ward offensive around the Ancients. You're not going anywhere. You cannot do anything.
He gets a component every single time between his deaths, so he has 6 deaths right now, so by the time he has 9, he'll have that set. Or maybe 10.
Till the end, got a solo kill onto BP3PX. That's all I'm gonna say. Like, till the end, who got taken down 5 times in the first 10 minutes of the game, now is able to deliver solo kills. And I'm not even making that up. Like, look at the recap.
Yeah.
It just proves to show, like, even when Nikki has some downtime, when TA has some downtime, now is the support's time to thrive. Immersion, he's always going to be there for the setup, and, you know, he can create space, but space is not needed. This entire map is currently dominated from Power Rangers.
That domination is unlikely to come to an end, especially when you have an Aegis to play against. So then who do you really go for? The Mortimers haven't really been coming out. Winter's Wyvern hasn't been enabled, or rather hasn't been able to enable his team as he was in the previous. There's doubts in my mind as to whether or not you can even enable your lineup, like simply because of how far behind you actually are. Queen of Pain almost has that BKB, so if you can get to that Aghanim Scepter BKB on Darknia Aghanim, you can dish out quite a lot of damage.
The devil. Darknia. I mean, he's gonna be under siege again, and even Alberca, no, he's not gonna see him, so thankfully the BKB might be online at one point. But again, it's not the question necessarily of how, the question is more of when, because time is more of the essence rather than, you know, getting this draft online, because we have seen that under the right circumstances, they can get kills, they can occupy the terrain, they can set up a beautiful Arcane's Curse, but they still don't have the damage output. They're not still within a good shape to proactively punish the enemy draft. Nikki, swift and easy find there of Mechta. BB3PX will be provoked to fight here. Maybe he was looking for a lucky chance to toss Nikki upon the Observer Hill, but it's again a big ultimate wasted for absolutely nothing in return.
And now there's a Shiva's Guard on Alberca. It is straight up impossible to take this Necrophos down unless he makes a big mistake in his positioning. TA2000 has that harpoon, so you can't be out of position yourself. No Rolling Thunder available. They're still going to go for a Smoke of Deceit. I wonder who's chasing who right now, because they quite clearly want Woe once more.
I guess it feels a little bit more down the defensive line. Is they're trying to cut through the creep waves, they're trying to at least occupy some map space. But it's gonna be tough. Like, Alberca, he's always able to close the gap. He's had the shard for quite some time with the Death Seeker being present. Now topside, they find Woe after time and time again, and with, like, look at how easy it is for him to take him down. Yep, he's charging up the Unstable Concoction. Maybe he can get somebody stand up, but nope. The pulse goes through every single freaking time, and he's completely messed up. Nikki finds Queasy during his, well, blatant efforts to cut the creep wave to at least assert somewhat of a dominance. Meanwhile, Immersion in the mid lane, he finds BB3PX, who is a split second left on cooldown, but instant Ice Fire with the Chain Frost. This has been happening. It's happened twice in the past 5 minutes, and this is again a Lich who's been suffering for the early stages, but it's all been for a great cause. 25 minutes in, we're 30/11 with 17k net worth advantage for Power Rangers.
Yeah, I don't really see a way back for the side of Q move, but Perhaps they want to play with this BKB, still give this one a shot. At the end of the day, with this big of an disadvantage, if you are able to win one single team fight, you can make a comeback. Right? That's always going to be possible. It's just the likelihood of that happening is so low.
Dire's
Like,
middle tower is under
I would actually imagine even if they were to dive the fountain, they would still come out with 3 or 4 kills.
The first scepter is finally completed and is gonna be granted to Darknia. So, with the BKB being present, that's definitely a very big item spike in her favor. But let's see if she ever has the chance to use it, because it's now or never. High ground is being sieged. The melee racks are almost dead and gone. TA2000 was looking for an opportunity. Guys, he's got a second life, and this is all a bait. Nikki with the toss catches Darknia. Woe is in danger once again. He's caught up with the Reaper sight. He's dead and gone. Not gonna appear for another 50 seconds.
Well, I mean, he certainly tried. We can call that an attempt. I don't know what the Alchemist actually does in that position, so you should actually just go outside of your base to farm. Hope that your 4 allies can actually defend your high ground, because there's no... Apart from making yourself out to be a target, there's not anything else that the Alchemist actually offers 27 minutes in with just one item to play with.
Arcane Curse for the defensive measures. They're trying to punish TA2000 for his aggression, and it's looking like it's gonna be the case, but Nikki in the backlines with the tree volley. He's gonna take down Mechta. BB3PX on the run. Alberca looking to close the gap. It's gonna be a TP out successfully, but you know things are dire when you need to TP right in your own base. They're looking for the punishment. Okay, Mortimer's Kiss is finally used up, and it's gonna be Woe getting the godlike streak. This could pave the way for the second scepter to be completed, but the damage feels a little bit to Grant, and this time it was Power Rangers feeling a little bit overly aggressive, not taking into consideration that they still can bleed and they can still be destroyed.
And, I mean, you have multiple scepters now, so your Pangolier is going to be doing quite a bit of work. Your Queen of Pain too. If you can take an extended team fight, if you can take a fight that lasts for more than 10 to 15 seconds, you can probably win the fight. Especially since you'll be able to play around those BKBs. And the only one with a BKB is TA2000. Actually, even the Tiny now has a BKB. But still, an extended team fight would be very good for the Dire side. For 2 moves, their Queen of Pain with that Scepter Infusion has as much net worth as Alberca does. And so you do have some avenues to continue playing this game. It's just you can't make any mistakes.
Yeah. And the second you say that, BB3PX, he's gonna perish down the bottom lane. They are in close proximity to Woe, but thankfully, he's gonna TP right back home. But now they have a chance to push in bottom side, because even though the high ground defense is primarily dictated by Darknia, you're not gonna have any nasty surprises jumping in the form of BB3PX and Nikki sieging up. I mean, just one strike and 1/6 of the tower HP is falling.
Roshan is going to spawn in the wild. I would actually imagine that to move play for Roshan, like just continue holding your high ground and then go for a Roche defense. Sure, it's hard into an RP, but it's also hard for the Radiant side, right? It's also hard to play against those Mortimers and that Winter's Curse, especially and that Rolling Thunder. Or actually, I would actually say that you have a great lineup to contest Roshan with on 2 moves this side. So if you can find the right angles, you can find the team fight win. Sure, this Necrophos is huge, about to get even bigger because he has the Heart of Tarask built up and will be able to farm it. And you know, the Tiny's damage output is quite frankly massive here, especially with the Daedalus being infused into his tree volley. But you kind of have to, like, those are the win conditions you have. You can't play defensively because the instant jump into the scythe will result in a 4v5 fight. And you're already very disadvantaged.
I mean, they're looking for the aggression even further. The Arcane's Curse is gonna be popped to put Nikki to a halt, but Darknia is still well within vision. He's gonna get the blink off in time, and this will alert the remainder of the crew to get the hell out of there. Still, Power Rangers, they're not stopping. They're not walking away empty-handed. They find Mechta right after the Cold Embrace. Instantly, he tries to TP out, and it's not gonna be successful. Their sight will be used upon him till the end. They will die by the Sonic Wave. He will pop the Sonic He will die by Sonic Wave, but it's just only a singular support in the backlines. TA2000 is hunting for more. He's gonna find Grandma. He's gonna find BP3PX. Alberca still leading the chase. They have Woe under vision, who will pop the BKB off his zone to stay secured at least for a little while, but that is not mitigating any of the right-click damage coming from Nikki, who's just deleting a hero on the spot every single time. One more strike. Is he gonna get it for the kill? Alberca, toss. It's gonna be his life for Woe, but everybody, just everybody on the end of 2 move are dead. Harpoon bag, Darknia pushed away further from the fountain. Now he needs to jump deeper outside of his base to stay alive, but it's not gonna be the case. And yeah, I was looking for the ideal Roche scenario, but Roche chose to be fashionably late to begin with, so there's never gonna be a chance to do that. But maybe if you set things up with the Arcane Curse, with the Sonic Wave and everything, there might have been a chance, because we did see Alberca fall off, but 5 are for the exchange.
I mean, it's actually 6 heroes that fell, but the Winter Wyvern actually bought back for that fight, but it's still rough. At the end of the day, you still do hold. You know, you don't hold well, but you do still hold. That top side, taking a team fight over there for Power Rangers doesn't actually do them any favors, because you already have a huge lead. You know, like at that 20,000 net worth mark, it's really difficult to go to that 30,000 mark, because that requires consecutive team wipes. You're able to keep them at bay though. I mean, that's still at least something.
Let's see, Immersion with the catch, beautiful shackles. Even though they will misplay the power shot, still the kill is there swiftly and easily. And I love these harpoon plays being present. Do we have more than one though? No, it's just one. I was hoping to see one onto Nikki, just, you know, to be ever more so annoying. But he's got the complete dataless, which the best thing he can hope for from this point on is to get the moon shards to ever so slightly improve on the attack damage, on the attack speed.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if an Assault Quartus also comes out.
Oh yeah.
But the tree volley is, you know, stacks with that data, so you have that attack damage coming in. Roshan is now here, and because you lost that last team fight, Winter Wyvern doesn't actually have a buyback. Contesting this is super hard. It will roar, and the rest of them are in position to actually contest. And they need to make a move right now.
They're venturing out, but Roche is ultimately falling way too fast. Whatever they can get, currently it can only be neutral creeps converted into farm. It's gonna be Nikki this time, getting the Aegis of the Immortal. Whoa, still working his way up for the second scepter, because in the meanwhile he took a stop towards completing the BKB first. And he's gonna go for it.
Who does he want to give the scepter to?
Grandma? I mean, for the gobble up, maybe. It seems like your most viable option. What are you getting from the Winter Wyvern? I mean, yeah, you're getting the toggle ability from the Arctic Burn, but she's not your right-click carry in this current situation, so maybe you can take somebody, toss them right in the middle of the skirmish, maybe Pango, so he can expose the enemy side a little bit better, because you cannot give it to yourself. I mean, there's no mechanic in the game that is gonna grant you that. Nikki, oh, he's gonna find BP3PX, and I cannot look at this. Like, this guy with the Empower on top of him, he's naturally dealing damage as if he had the good old double damage rune.
And now, I mean, TA2000 has a Satanic. So outside of taking him down within the Winter's Curse, or just the initial burst of damage coming in from Sonic
There's
Wave,
the
it's not gonna do
curse.
anything.
He's gonna jump into the backlines way too deep. He's gonna pop the RP, only a one hero, but there's the Satanic. Right as you mentioned it, nothing can touch him. Meanwhile, topside, Nikki, he's cleaning house. They find Woe, they take him down. BP charging up, they won till the end, and it's gonna only be one hero. Buybacks are being forced out. Woe, he's coming back. He's looking for the punishment. Till the end, will force out a buyback off his own as well. But they're not stopping. They still have the Aegis. They don't have the RP though, as TA2000 was a little bit too ambitious. with that siege. But they have alarmed to move that. Their base is definitely gonna be under siege. Darknia, Cookie. Oh, Queasy, that was quite a misplay throwing the Queen of Pain forward. But they might set things into motion for Nikki Cole to die within the Mortimer's Kisses. But nope, he's not stopping. He's not even, like, he's not moving even for the slightest. BP3PX in the back, caught up with the Sinister Gaze. He's trying to stay put. He's trying to mitigate the oncoming pressure, but he cannot even kill a Lich for a second time. Darknia jumping in. Nikki still with life number 1. He's gonna fall eventually, but all of the buybacks are being forced up. Nothing is available any longer on the side of Tumu. Alberca under chase. Can he survive this? He's got the Heart of Taras. He's looking strong. The health region is absolutely amazing. He's gonna get an Ultra. Can we get a Rampage? Can we get a Rampage? Darknia locked into the Cold Embrace, and there's the Rampage, ladies and gentlemen. Alberca has been absolutely unstoppable from minute 0, keeping the enemy carry absolutely locked down without any singular chance to take even 3 seconds of breathing time to come to focus on his farming, to focus on the benefits of the team, and it's gonna be a game 3 victory for Power Rangers.
Yeah, this game was a masterclass in how to actually disable an alchemist as a carry, right? Alberca, just phenomenal performance on the Necrophos. Actually, everyone on Power Rangers focused on just being able to disable the alchemist because they realized that that's how everyone else was going to get their scepters. And just focusing him down, the vision that they planted to be able to do that, and to mention TA2000 having an uncontested lane over on that bot side by being able to take out heroes, even using solo RPs for that. At the end of the day, Power Rangers got everything they wanted out of that game. Sure, that mid lane wasn't going too well, but even as the Queen of Pain rotated towards some of those side lanes, they didn't really get good trades in. And for Power Rangers, they're only now 1 game away from that best of 5 win.
Yep, I mean, the only viable hero that did present some sort of a counter pressure was Darknia on the Queen of Pain, and I was looking at the last team fight. Out of the 33,000 damage that was dealt, 80% was from her. I mean, the Sonic Waves coming in, the Shadow Strikes, they did make Power Rangers bleed, but the fact that everybody else from the team was enabled to work with that, to keep up the pressure, it ultimately led to the second victory for Power Rangers. So, for us, ladies and gentlemen, it's gonna be yet another pause, and we will see you back for game number 4. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to game number 4 between 2Move and Power Rangers. And Teltros, you are the witness of me crying because it's gonna be yet another Magnus play alongside with a Tiny, picked up by Power Rangers and amplified with the silencer. As per 2Move, we have Underlord, which I'm really happy to see, alongside with the Lion. So what's your take so far on this game number 4? Can they pull this off once again? Like, they've been working wonders with the TA2000 Magnus time after time again.
Yeah, I believe someone pointed out in the chat that the TA2000 Magnus this tournament has a 100% win rate. So it's, I mean, in an elimination match, essentially for 2Move, it's interesting how they don't actually think that, or rather, how they think that they can counter this Magnus
Radiant
out.
team
I
pick.
don't particularly think that 2Move's heroes are strong against the Magnus, especially since they keep doubling down on these melee cores, right? Sand King, Underlord. We've seen 3-man RPs. We've seen 4-man RPs come out this series itself. So melee cores against a Tiny, against a Magnus, and against a Silencer who can just pop that global silence if he sees that Sand King channeling his epicenter, or when that Sand King moves in, and suddenly you'll only have an epicenter in that kind of a scenario. So it's very risky.
Yeah, but I do like the Warlock being picked up just because it gives you that nice
10
amplification
seconds
of
remaining.
the incoming damage so far from the Sand King. I have yet to see what
5 seconds remaining.
carry they pair it up with, because usually, I mean, previously it worked out really nicely with these ranged agility based heroes. The Our Ranger seems to be rising a little bit more up popularity, so there might be a slither of a chance for that one to appear, but I don't want to bet on it because with what Tiny has offered, with what Nikki has offered, with what TA2000 and Alberca have offered, she would not have a decent chance to stay alive. And just to make matters worse, we're going in for the big ultimate plays once again. Ravage is going to be present with the RP, with the global silence, and we have seen how well things end up when you layer all of these big ultimates. It just, nobody has any chance to even blink anywhere, or not necessarily blink away as a mechanic, but even, just blink with your own eyes and realize what happened. You're already dead.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if
10 seconds
I mean,
remaining.
2Move should go for a range carry right now against the 900. Drow is certainly an
5
option, like you
seconds
pointed out.
remaining.
That silence is also going to be pretty good against Power Rangers. Is a natural Mantis style builder. Or you may want to go for something like a Luna. I think the Luna is for both sides pretty good. At the same time, 2Move, again, could go for something like the Life Stealer. You can go for the Mantis style on that Life Stealer. It's certainly an option, but I do think that Power Rangers still have the stronger draft. I think just in terms of seeing the previous 3 games being played out between both of these two teams, Power Rangers have the better execution. And that game number 2 was just an outdraft by 2Move, or rather just a
Radiant
bad
team
in draft by Power Rangers, right? So 2Move have to they have to pull some tricks out of their sleeves. They're
Dire
playing
team
they're
pick.
giving Power Rangers what they want.
Yeah, and also it's interesting, like, I don't think I think maybe once or twice, maybe during the playoffs, we've seen a final pick to be the support, but it is yet again gonna be a Wind Ranger immersion. This is 4 out of 4 times that he has played this hero, and has been insane with building up the early tempo, with the early presence, and with the early lane domination for Alberca. We still yet need to see the carry reveal, but I don't necessarily agree with the Life Stealer just because it's Power Rangers being insanely fast. 2Move, if they opt in for something very slow, we've seen how much those carries can suffer. Woe upon the Alchemist, it was a suffering end. Medusa was the best option that they had so far. She's still in the pool, but versus this draft, it might be difficult for her to persevere into the laning stage, but it could amplify the damage with the Warlock. You might have the early lane domination, because I'm looking at damage. I'm looking at making this 2Move draft a lot more impactful in the early stages of the game, when you can proactively utilize the gate alongside with the epicenter. Or even before that, you have a Lion in play. And I want to see miracles happen. I want to see executions. I even want to see First Blood being granted to them. And it's going to be a Spectre.
That is an
Interesting.
interesting pick. You can take out the silencer theoretically, but again, if you do get caught, Spectre is one of those heroes that is very easy to take down. especially against when you have so many disables. You also pick this into a Wind Ranger who you can't actually kill all by yourself. Silencer is the only support that you can find to kill on. So it is definitely again one of those heroes that doesn't really appear in competitive play all that much. I would say it's more of a pub dominator than it is a competitive hero. But we'll see what tricks Vo has up his sleeve. It's still pretty good with the fatal bonds on the warlock. I will say that. And you have that pick off potential with the lion and the underlord who can join you. So the specter has that global teleportation potential on anyone that the underlord can come in. Lion can rotate around the map. So two moves certainly have a lot of options. Uh, but Spectre is also very weak in the lane, especially against a Tidehunter. Like you can't do anything against a Tidehunter. So is this going to be another one of those games where Power Rangers just dominate WoW?
I mean, it may or may not be the case. Maybe he can hope for an early catch upon immersion, but immersion is highly evasive. Like he, regardless of which spell he kicks off, either the wind run or the shackle or the power shot, she's not gonna be able to close the gap without at the same time provoking the Tidehunter to pay attention to her and pretty much drop down any of her upcoming sieges. But I do want to discuss, is she, like, a lot of people are saying that she's been a lot better since her upgrade in 741. But realistically, aside from the pups, how has that been the case in games? Have we ever seen a Spectre in a pro game?
I haven't. I mean, I don't think Spectre was picked at all in essence. Outside of that, wasn't really picked all that much in the previous tier one tournament. I don't know if teams will pick it up in Dream League, but you're right. The damage is certainly okay, I suppose. Spectral dagger damage has been increased. Cooldown has been decreased on the Shadow Step, and you know there's been a nerf to the disruption overall. I don't think these changes justify the Spectre being, well, especially certainly not an S tier carry, I would say, and
30
is very
seconds to go.
circumstantial in the way that it works. Simply because if the opponents don't give you an opening, then you're not going to be able to exploit the advantages or just the benefits of having a Spectre. It's very dependent on the level of competition that is faced up against you. That's why I think it's more of a pub hero than it is a competitive hero, at least in the current meta.
We shall see. I mean, I really want to see her persevere because, for everything to culminate in a game number 5, it would be absolutely insane. But already, BP3PX having issues here. Body block by Alberca. First blood is gonna be drawn. Nicely done. Again, like, Power Rangers are living up to their name. They're committed, they have the tempo, they have the aggression, and they've been walking away with these picks every single time. I mean, again, like, if you focus on these heroes that they've been taken away, you're gonna leave out heroes that also have been meta dominant, such as the Lone Druid. Regardless of the fact that he also has obtained a little bit of a nerf, he's still super popular and he's still super dominant. So it's a double-edged sword from the very get-go. But
Yeah,
in terms of the Spectre, I want to see her being utilized to take down the supports. But support play, takedowns, and that focus has been wrong for 2move across the past 2 games that they've lost.
and there's only really one support you can take down. It's still the end on that silencer, and you can only take him down for as long as, well, no, now that the haunt has been changed, it's back to the old Spectre haunt where everyone gets hit. But the Wind Ranger has that win run, and I do think now with so many of those new items being added into the game base, especially the neutral items as well, it's not that easy to actually pick off a support in this day and age. So will the Spectre be able to do that? And what itemization the Spectre goes in order to do that, right? Because if you go for something like the Orchid, uh, or maybe the Vessel, something like that, you may not have enough damage, or you may not have the bras to actually take out these tanky cores, because those are the heroes that you need to contest at the end of the day. It's the Magnus, it's the Tiny, it's the Tidehunter, and not just the Silencer. Because when push comes to shove, the Silencer can sit back at the fountain. Because
Yeah.
the Silencer only really needs to play with one button. That is his global silence. Um,
Yeah.
and then what are you going to do if your itemization is just to counter him out? Also, a slight mistake coming out by I don't think that first blood should have happened. I don't know why Queasy was on that tier 1 tower instead of being with BB3 to help secure the rune, the bounty rune. So again, a slight mistake. And again, TA2000 has a pretty good lane here.
I mean, BP3PX may have went for a solo contest there, hoping to get a surprise reveal, but you know, you're never gonna catch Power Rangers moving with a singular hero, even at the early stages of the game. They're always gonna work as a unit, they're always gonna work in unison towards their collective goal, so definitely a very, very big mistake, but I wouldn't have pointed up on Queasy. Maybe BP3PX had a different idea. Again, quote PSGLGD, we have a plan for the Magnus. It doesn't seem like it. Just ban it out, man.
I mean, it's weird, right? Because you're trying to slam your head against the wall, and that either results in the wall cracking or your head breaking.
Your skull bashing, pun intended.
And I mean, I don't know, like when quite clearly you're being outskilled by this one hero, and you're not the only one, right? The A2000 has probably done this to quite a few teams with his Magnus.
I
Like,
think
you
way
can't think
too
you're
many
special at that
times.
point, right?
Whoa.
Like, you gotta.
Hold up. They're looking for Alberca, but are they gonna get the last hit from Immersion? Yes, indeed. It's a trade between both of the cores, and first Fishy coming in for Alberca, which ultimately is gonna be denied by Majda.
Yeah, and I don't think that's worth it for either core, not even for Vo, because it's the supports who got the kill, right? So it's Vo got about 59 gold, and Alberca got about 60 gold. So those are two creeps. So you might as well have farmed the lane. At the same time, Vo does end up with more experience compared to Alberca since he went down second. So it's not the worst thing in the world.
It's something, but it's a trade-off. And if topside TA is gonna persevere, I mean, TA so far has been having these insanely very easy lanes.
Warlock's
Matchdom
dead.
under siege. Yep, he's popped.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He's gone. And again, time after time again, I mean, this immersion plays with the Wind Ranger have been super productive. They've been super annoying to deal with. And even if till the end is having a difficult time in the lane of his own, where he's the squishiest hero on this map, there's always this big compensation happening across, and currently till the end is indeed under siege, but finds the safe space right under the tower where TA will push BP3PX, the blood grenade will land, but they don't have yet another skewer available to take him back.
Very close on BB3, and again, that's with Queasy's disables available, and he's not going to be there each and every single time. Sooner or later, the Underlord is going to crack. At the same time, bot lane, the Spectre is doing very well against Alberca, right? Tidehunter, sure, he has a lot of CS, but he's also getting pushed out.
TA, they were looking for the setup there upon with the Pit of Malice, but a swift skewer, and you're not gonna be receiving that perma lockdown potential that we've seen with a lot of different hero combinations against more static sort of carries. So, opportunity missed. Again, I hope Woe gets the early game, because that's gonna be the only salvation that they have as the game keeps on going. But so far, 4 minutes in, it's 3-1. I mean, it's quite the insignificant advantage because you want to get bigger kills as the game keeps on going. But it might already put things in a very awkward situation. Mid lane, Nikki once again having the upper hand over Darknia, at least in terms of CS. But we've seen what this Tiny can do. Second, he gets the Blink Dagger. Top side, BP, as expected, till the end will fall, but it's going to be traded off with Queasy. TA2000 though, looking a little bit low, but ultimately, he's just back. Gonna continue up with his farming. Nothing severely has been lost.
And in contrast to the 2 kills that happened on that bot side, this time around, both cores on that top lane do end up with the kill. BB3 has to be careful, there's no Lion here.
Oh, they're gonna push him back till the end. Second, he comes back, but TP out is gonna be unsuccessful. TA2000 lands the final hit. Actually, it's gonna be the tower doing the additional heavy lifting.
And again, I'm very surprised based that in a grand final match, there's this lack of communication. If Queasy was teleporting towards that mid lane, then the Underlord should have gone back, right? Those are unacceptable moves in a laning phase. You know that the silencer is going to be coming in, or at least has the possibility of coming in, and you also know that your lion isn't coming in, and you're half HP, or rather 40% HP. So what are you doing there, especially against a skewer, right? Sure, TA2000 is a phenomenal Magnus player, but don't hand him those plays.
Radiant's
sure.
middle tower is under
I mean,
attack.
they could be fed up. You know, maybe there's the general positive mental attitude just actively dropping immersion, going in deep behind enemy lines. He will find Queasy, Mechta teleporting at the outpost, but Nikki is right in the back lane. Swift toss avalanche for the takedown. Darknia going in for the epi charge up, but with BPM getting a lock onto Nikki, they shall TP out. Oof.
Wow.
That was so freaking close. And the supports are still safe and they're keeping up with the ongoing harassment upon VP3PX, and
BB3 is dead.
it's very much likely there's the shackle. It will connect to the trees. And why did you turn around again, my friend? What you doing? And this is
That
all
is not good.
happening
That
before
is-
minute 7. They're gonna get the shrine
They're
as
gonna
well.
lose both shrines of wisdom. They don't have an epicenter to play with for about 100 seconds. They
They're mentally
yeah,
broken.
That is.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I wouldn't blame them.
I mean, after last game, I mean, Woe was... I mean, he got to build the first scepter of the game 33 minutes in. Meanwhile, TA2000, don't venture too far out there by yourself, buddy. You may have obtained the advantage, but right now... Actually, no, he's baiting BP3PX again till the end, and immersion coming from the backlines. Beautiful shackle. The damage output from the silencer, it is gonna be sufficient. Queasy and Mechta, they're not gonna get even a return kill for this, as TA2000 just TP's back home.
Dire's courier has been killed.
And already this translates into 6 stacks for Suffer in Silence until the end. Like, he's been...
Radiant are scanning.
He's getting extra intelligence, he's getting stronger, and I didn't expect that Silencer is gonna have this good of an early game.
And by the way, if BB3 dies again, or dies 2 more times, he won't have enough mana to actually use a 3rd spell. So then he might actually have to go for the arcane boost or something like that. I'm very surprised he also does not have the boost of speed in the first place. He went for the drums of endurance. Against the Magnus with the skewer, I would want a movement speed, but he's not playing for that. And now they've had to go for a tri lane because of how things are working out for BB3. 1 and 4 on that score line. This is without TA2000 actually having a Mask of Madness. Quite frankly, Power Rangers are simply playing too fast for 2 moves to actually counter out.
At the very least, with this temporary tri-lane, we'll have all of the solo farm and the solo experience for him. He completed the urn. He's gonna go in for the blade mill afterwards. Meanwhile, Nikki at the mid lane alongside with immersion time after time again. This Wind Ranger is the enabler for the takedowns, instantly rotating up top, looking for more, but there's the first haunt usage. It's gonna be brought upon till the end. But whoa, can he punish TA here? There's the urn. He's looking low. Immersion in the backline. Shackle is not gonna connect onto anything. TA2000 still in danger. But it's like seeming like immersion might be in the tough spot as well. Windrun away, RP for the defense, blood grenade, Shadow Ward is ticking away, and Mechta's gonna get the kill. A full-blown team commitment, and for a very good cause. They got 3. Well, they got
Yeah, I mean,
actually
taking
2.
TA2000 down is going to help them out quite a bit, especially since it was Woe involved in that fight. He got the silencer kill. Sure, the Warlock got the kill on TA2000, but Woe still ended up with 120 gold, and they desperately needed that experience for their supports, who lost both Shrines of Wisdom. The Lion is a
Whoa.
timing-based support.
Hold up. Instant danger. Danger, danger. Ravage for the kill.
I bring sand.
Yeah,
We're
I
back.
don't think he saw that one coming. That was, I mean, this has been the theme for their entire series, right? Every single time they get something, Power Rangers snatch it right back.
Yep, I mean, they may have punished TA2000 for the first time, but I mean, every single time Woe is suffering, especially on the types of heroes that he's getting, the downtime, the lack of farm, it's making him suffer a lot more. The Magnus has easy ways to compensate. He just jumps back in, pop the Empower, go back to the camps, go back down the lane, and it's gonna take a lot of time for 2-move to take you down, which is already time lost, and ultimately you're not losing anything in the grand scheme of things. Oh, maybe the tower here, but they're looking to counteract it. Even with the Ravage being used up earlier by Alberca, it's obvious 2-move are scared, and they're being very, very careful about this.
Alberca, I don't think
Queasy?
Queasy wants to mana drain there. Like, I get the compulsion to mana drain, I really do. Like, it's one of the most fun abilities in the game, but it's he needs his level 6, so I would imagine that Darkness should shuffle back to the jungle, allow the Lion to play the mid lane, get his level 6 and play with the Finger of Death, because that is probably the easiest way to take out
Golem?
T2000.
It's a very big commitment for a very big kill. And I just want to take this split second, unless we get a kill, to apologize for the game quality. Indeed, I am streaming from a laptop and I'm doing my best for it not to burn down. Immersion, going in for the focus fire. He still has the Shadow Ward on top of him, but still Mechta will fall. Hunt pop down. They're looking for the kill. Nicely done. Immersion and the spree will be taken away, but now Woe in a tough spot. He's still yearning for more. The gate on the other side till the end. He doesn't have enough mana for a global silence, and he will be falling. TA2000 coming in from the back lines. Very nice RP. They will get a lock. Pit of Malice trying to prolong the inevitable. Unfortunately, it is gonna be a 2 for the price of, well, 2 for 2, but a big streak has been taken away and granted to Woe. Woe got both of these kills, which might account for something.
Spectre is doing fantastic. Don't get me wrong. He has that urn, is going to be going for that Blade Mill, and then that Radiance later on. I actually went for the Hand of Midas, so I don't really know how I feel about that one. But at the same time, considering the horrendous start that they have brought that lead, that 3,000 network disadvantage, down to the 1,000 mark. And you have a clear path to how to transition this game, which they didn't have for most of the games that they lost this year.
BP caught up topside. Nice shackle with the focus fire. It's looking like he shall fall for yet another time, but the team are looking for vengeance. They're popping a smoke of their own. They have the epicenter without the golem for another full minute. But can they get a lock here? I mean, maybe if they work things out with the Lion, they can kill 2. But the vision is favoring currently Power Rangers. Nikki with the toss back. They have Darknia shackled up. They don't have the Hunt to respond to this aggression, so Darknia shall fall.
Queasy had other priorities, base. Queasy wanted the experience from those streaks.
Yeah,
So
he's
his
not
level
getting
6,
it.
unfortunately.
Nope, not today.
And I mean, what was the game plan supposed to be if the Lion, right? This is where the miscommunication, or rather the lack of synergy, is really starting to hurt them. Like, if you want to go for a Smoke of Deceit play with the epicenter, sure, go for it. But if your Lion wants experience and is going to be staying behind, then what are just the Sanding and the Warlock going to do?
Attempt for a snatch of the second Shrine of Wisdom. This time they will give it up, as already they have Anger to move. I mean, so far they are on the suffering end. 16/7 with 4K net worth difference. Also, they've been doing a bunch of homework here around the Ancient stacks, which they're still a little bit of a challenge to take unless you pour all of your resources in with the Fatal Bonds and with the Sandstorm and the Stinger. But it's gonna be a lot easier for the enemy to take it. TA, there's the Finger of Death. This is what they were looking for. This is what they needed the extra experience for. But it's just one kill for a big overcommitment. While down bottom, they are looking at Woe once again. Nikki jumping in, beautiful avalanche with the toss, with the curse, and with the shackle. He's not gonna move from space. No hunt, no nothing.
And Power Rangers are so good with this kind of play, right? They lose their carry, but immediately are able to take down the opposing carry. Even as Woe is the carry that takes down the opposing carry, like we saw a few minutes ago, he still goes down later on. And that's Power Rangers with the ultimate advantage of playing with synergy, playing with communication where the other team's gone.
Nikki on the move time after time again. This time it is gonna be matched up. As they were looking for at least some sort of vision control, some sort of safe space to obtain, I don't know, any type of control, any type of information right now, it is gonna be enough to prevent this ongoing siege. But again, time after times again, he's not stopping. He moved from bottom side all the way up to top. Now he's looking at mid lane again, where Woe is lurking. They're gonna get the toss avalanche off once again with the power shot. He's gonna die by the focus fire.
Radiant's
Oh,
middle
boy.
tower is under attack.
Yeah, he's not getting to that Radiance anytime soon. And I mean, he made his bed, right? He made that Hand of Midas. That is certainly a decision for the Spectre, who you go for the urn, you want to play for kills, but then you go for the Hand of Midas, so then you want to play for farm. Like, make up your mind. What do you want to play for? What is the game plan and your win conditions, and how do you plan on achieving those? I feel like that conversation has been missing from two moves, as far as from what I can see. And in the grand finals is not the place to have that conversation. You have that conversation at the very start of a game, right? You have that conversation when you see that BB3 has gone down 4 times, and you're the only you as the carry are the only one who's getting anything done on the map. And then you have to make a decision that, do you continue building up tempo, or do you let the tempo slip by going for these farming based items and allow the other team to get what they want done around the map. It's a difficult conversation, but it's
It's a one that must be had,
Exactly.
You need to pick and choose, and also because Spectre is the type of a hero that walks on a thin line between, am I gonna stay back or am I gonna be aggressive? And you always are complementing that in terms of items. And now this either or situation, I mean, the Midas, okay, yeah, you are going for the long-term benefit for the economic stability, but you're not fighting. And this is a team that is actively pressuring you, and farming is definitely a privilege which the rest of the team, they cannot provide it for you. So it's a fight or flight, not fight and flight at the same time. I don't know what to make of this.
T2000 does have less farm compared to his previous I would say previous performances this series. But at the same time, Nicky Cool is 6-0-3. It feels like the way that the two move are trying to adapt is by focusing all of their efforts on T2000.
And yeah, it seems like first off it's gonna be till the end and focus down onto the silencer to rob away from the global silence. It's gonna be so far a trade-off between Queasy and the two supports away from Power Rangers, but now Alberca and Nikki, regardless of the golem being popped up, regardless of them being connected into fatal bonds, they're looking for more. They're looking for big kills. They're looking for BB3X. There's the toss with the avalanche. Rinse and repeat combo in the backlines. The Ravage will be used up onto Mechta only. Can he get the hell out of this one? Nope. The RP is going to be committed at the very last second just to add insult to injury. They've lost the supports, but they got a core and a support out of it. And instantly, somebody dies. Nicky's again on the move. He's looking for more, and he's looking at Woe at the mid lane here. He's got the blink, he's got the jump, there's the toss avalanche. Till the end, he came back amongst the living here. But unfortunately, the damage output is insufficient.
He does have the Blade Mail flying in, so next time around, applying that kind of damage on Woe is going to have a few consequences. But at the same time, you still get way more out of the fight for Power Rangers. Quite frankly, every single time Alberca shows up, every single time Nicky Cool shows up, you have difficult openings in that team fight. I don't even think they can take this Tidehunter out, and Alberca is about to end up with an Aghanim Scepter in around 250 gold, or by the time that he's done with the Sweep Wave and a neutral camp. So then you have that AoE gush to play around, and how do you do that when you're getting slowed down, when all of your heroes are getting slowed down, and your Spectre doesn't have a point of exit?
You're just hoping that you're not gonna be in line of sight for that to happen. I mean, it's hope, but you don't have any escape maneuvers, you don't have any ways to move out of that one, aside from, you're being forced to commit every single time. And to answer the previous question that you had in terms of TA and his farm, in his network generally, there has been a very hard focus from Team Move to try to compensate from the aggression and at least try to control one of the heroes, but It's again a pick and choose situation. If you're trying to focus TA2000, Nikki is gonna flourish. If you try to focus Nikki, which is a little bit more difficult of a contest, then Alberca will show up. And last game, even though he's not on that big of an active hero as he was on the Necropose, he's punishing time after time again. Darknia, he focused up the epicenter just for the silencer takedown. And now he's still very deep into enemy territory. Thankfully, he's gonna find the right angle to pop the Blink Dagger, but Nikki, he's right around the corner. He is.
Oh no, he's gonna run into him.
Oh, he's gonna run into him, but thankfully the Avalanche will miss, but the Power Shot will still know where he's at. Oof, Darknia, he's just lucky. Topside? Are we gonna see somewhat of an aggression? Because with the space created, they're looking to do some damage topside. Golem popped up, instant response with the global silence, but now, whoa, he's gonna be pushed right under the tower, caught up into the RP, and the rest of the crew. Guess what, guys? It's time for dinner. And there's more to come. There's Mechta, and already 20 minutes in, we have the Nikki Cool Scepter.
That was a perfect bait by the Magnus of Tier 2000. I do not blame I do not blame WoW for actually falling prey to that. They went in, the silencer pre-TP'd, and immediately when they tried to go for T2000, the global silence was popped. And the Magnus T2000, he skewered the Spectre into the tower, used the RP, and backed away whilst the Tiny and Tidehunter were teleporting in. So WoW got out. I mean, the entire team just got outplayed there in what the move. Like, for example, or rather specifically, Power Rangers were playing 3 or 4 moves ahead, while 2 move were, just focused on the 1 move they could make.
At the very least, they did get immersion as he was lurking down bottom. But, you're giving away 1 hero, and then instantly the team moves in. This time, thankfully, Darknia, he did back away. So they are compensating just for a little bit of something, but not even a split second goes by that Power Rangers are not gaining any benefits. I mean, they have double the kills compared to 2 move. They have 7k currently net worth of advantage. And slowly, the map is becoming smaller and smaller. The tier 1s have been taken away. And even look at this deep vision, like, they know where they're at all times. They just need to wait out for their ultimates to get offline, or they just need to wait for some hero to linger all by himself. Oh. Darknia?
That's an epicenter.
Yep, there was an epicenter. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, BP3PX is gonna be thrown back, and he's gonna die by the trees. Immersion leading the siege forward. They find Mechta. Focus fire just for the Warlock. I'm not sure what was with the epicenter. Was it a mistake? Like, usually a lot of players are, playing with between R and stop, but
No, he stopped it multiple times, but he channeled it. And they had an observer ward on that area, by the way. It was rewarded later on, but the only real explanation, or the only possible explanation, is that maybe Darknia thought that there was someone smoked up there, or the other side were smoked up there.
We're just trying to find a valid... Yeah, he's just given up, which is also a very high possibility. I mean, he's still trying to make ends meet in this game. I mean, kudos to Darknia. Last game, he was the most impactful player, and with the most impactful hero the 2 move had to offer. But it was... It feels all in vain. It's like, your carry who's been working his back off to make the game happen, and then the rest of the teammates are like, oh yeah, we need to play the game as well. Well, okay, there's gonna be a next one, and he's already in pain, he's already suffering, and he cannot carry anymore, while his carry is still below the 10k mark. And he's changing his mind time after times again. Like, every single time I'm looking at, whoa, the Radiance is now taken away, or did he finally purchase it? No, it's not his career. Now he's going in for something else. What's your...
Going for the Echo Saber. I mean, the problem is, whatever he itemizes for, the next item for the Spectre is only going to be good enough to take out the Silencer. That's it. He can't take out the Tide, he can't take out the A2000, or even the Tiny. simply because they're too tanky for him. Radiance or Echo Saber or whatever item you want to go for. Like you pointed it out, right? He just hits that 10,000 mark at the 24 minutes, and it's simply not good enough. He's simply way too far behind.
But I'm also like troubled by seeing all of these small bits of items being created. It's not one big item, it's not one big focus onto something. Like if you were going down the farming side, just keep on proceeding, make the radiance complete. It's a bigger item than what you currently have. Now he changed his mind again onto Amanta. Meanwhile, Darknia, he's dying in the radiance jungle time after time again. I don't know what's your idea here. Like, stick to one thing and stick to something big, which is gonna change stuff. Top lane, TA2000, a little bit in danger, but there's the Global Silence with a beautiful Ravage locking onto 2. Mechta, he will be able to pop the golem, but it's just yet another target for Nikki to farm off of. Alberca looking significantly low. The TA is gonna lose life number 1. Can they take him down for a second time? Epi, RP with the 2 targets locked in. Whoa, he's out of harm's way, but his friends are dying, even though they will be able to equate the score. How well they can keep things on, because they used up every single ultimate that they have. They used up the Hunt, they used up the Epi.
At the same time, I mean, not that bad of a fight, considering the fact that Dartnia actually died to the neutral tree, or rather the ancient camp, instead of the skewer play that TA2000 went for. Now, he did have to buy back, so he did lose gold there, of course. But Vo ends up with a lot of gold. You know, he's actually switched his mind to the third item, which is a Manta style, probably needed against that Global Silence. And they also took out the Aegis. I would actually imagine that that's the first fair and even outcome of a fight we've seen all game long.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
But Power Rangers are still here. They're pushing forward, they're going in for towers. Like, they've been given the green light. Okay, like, this is as much as we can give you. We're gonna be back in about 2 minutes from now until we get everything back online. And during this safe open window, Nikki, he can't keep up the pressure. They've cleared out top side. They're going in for mid lane. Well, mid lane has been cleared up for quite a while. And Alberca, he's gonna find a solo kill onto BP3PX. No, my bad. He also had TA there. No, actually, he did take him down all by himself, amazingly.
12,000 lead right now, and I mean, BB3, if he can get to the Aghanim Scepter, you know, that makes up for the kind of game he's had, simply because the Underlord, the value that you bring is not based on your farm, is just based on the upgrade to your
Nikki.
Scepter with the additional bits.
They find Alberca, even pop the Global Silence for this one. He is gonna be burrowing, striking away, but the Shackle will keep him connected down the bridge. He attempts to go, blink away, back to safety. It's gonna be space created, but Nikki, he's gonna close the gap time after time again. 11-0-7. 11-0-7. 0 takedowns so far on this absolute insane hero. And down below the base, Tia and Alberca are lurking. They are waiting for somebody to appear as they have the Ravage. They will instantly use it onto 2. It's gonna be the poor unfortunate Lion alongside with Whoa. He's still in harm's way. He's gonna pop the Hunt at the very least. Hope to take down till the end. But till the end, he's already done his heavy lifting. He used up the Global Silence earlier, and now he can chill for 40 seconds. Meanwhile, Alberca going in for the deep dive further into the enemy base. Mechta, is he gonna get under the fountain? Nope. That's not gonna be the case. Save siege now for the tier 3.
Alberca could have used the Ravage to save till the end, but they chose to let their Silencer die, I would imagine because they want to push this tier 3. And the problem is, even when you do respawn, you still have to play into the Ravage. You still have TA2000's BKB at the ready. So how do you defend this barracks from going down? I simply do not think it is possible any longer.
Darknia, he's looking for an opportunity once again. Spamming between buttons for the right time to Epi. But even if they catch somebody, they can only focus onto one hero. And they're lacking damage, they're lacking cores, they're lacking any sort of, you know, active presence. I mean, I think they just got lucky with that earlier commitment as a team. Because mainly it was happening where they're still feeling safe and sound. But there's the global silence popped once again. This time it's not gonna be for a takedown. Nikki though, he's throwing everything he could take down Queasy from across the gate. Unfortunately, that's not gonna be the case. TA, he is within the upheaval and the pit of malice, which is somewhat hurtful. But obviously, they're not willing to fight them even after the global silence expired.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
You do have the Mantis style up now. Woe is, but if he gets to that Eye of Scotty, you do have certain options. I don't know if they're going to be good enough. There's a 17,000 lead staring at you. They, quite frankly, haven't even been able to force out a Ravage. It's not needed until they're in danger or they see a big opening. And I kind of feel like maybe Power Rangers at this point are just playing for the style points. You know, they're holding a Ravage for that big 5-man Ravage.
Yeah. And now they're gonna have to smoke, okay? Now it's time for the style points, as you said it. Nikki jumping in, they see Woe, and there's the jump. They're trying to provoke everything they can upon the Tiny, but he's not dying. There's the Epi being used up. The RP is gonna keep him in spot. The Golem and everything had been expended for his takedown. The Hun is gonna go through, but Woe, he's out into the fray, now having a very tough spot, and there's the Ravage connecting onto 2. Woe will be successful in taking down till the end, but the rest of the crew, they're having issues with keeping alive and well, but so far it's just gonna be a 1-for-1.
To be fair, at this point, even the Silencer gives as much gold nearly as the Sand King does, right? So taking the Silencer down in a 1-for-1, that isn't that bad for the side of the Radiant for 2 move, and your Spectre survived the Magnus right-clicking him down. Sure, he didn't get hit by that Ravage, he managed to actually juke it out at that very last moment.
But now Power Rangers are willing to strike back, even though TA2000, he's gonna face the wrath of the Finger of Death, and it's gonna be enough for his demise. But Alberca in the backlines, now he's the one doing the heavy hitting. The tree volley, Woe, is gonna fall down. They've taken 1, but they have lost all, with Darknia falling off earlier.
Yeah, that's again back to square one. Or I mean, they might just be sent back to square 0 at this point. 50 seconds without your Spectre. He does have a buyback actually. I suppose one of the good things about being this far behind is that your buybacks don't require too much gold and you respawn fairly quickly. You know, I know I'm grasping at straws here, but what else do I say?
I mean, we are looking for, you know, the slither of an opportunity for 2 move, you know, to do something. I mean, they have worked so hard. They have taken a lot of wins. They came from the upper bracket, and they're being completely decimated from Power Rangers and their ongoing rinse and repeat stress. Like, again, even if they tried to focus down the Tiny, the Magnus combination, and Windrunner that has been appearing every single time, then you would have left out all of the meta picks that are still favorable, and that also would have been scary. So you can never get Power Rangers into an awkward situation just because they're so freaking proactive and they're so freaking annoying to deal with. Global Silence used up with the attempt to save Immersion, but given that Darknia and Queasy are way too out into the open, it's gonna be yet another attempt for Nikki Cole to take down somebody. Oof, Mechta very happy about that TP. But Darknia, Nikki jumping in, they even wanted to force out DRP for this one, but he's never gonna make it across the gate. Utilizing this opening here down bottom, they are going for the first siege of both of the racks. Now Nikki, everything is once again thrown upon the Tiny. He's trying to bait out everybody into the open. Woe keeps up with the following. The Fatal Bonds are keeping them connected till the end. Might be the first one to fall here, but the RP alongside with the Ravage is gonna be enough for Woe to die. Buybacks are being forced out one by one. Darkly in the backlines, epicenter of mission success is gonna be Nikki dying for the first time in this game, but you're committing already way too much. TA on the run. Alberca still staying. He wants somebody to die. He's gonna dance around in the upheaval right in the middle of the Fatal Bonds, but he's just gonna die here, even though it's gonna be a successful trade for the life of Mechta. Was this worth it?
They do still manage to hold that melee barracks, you know, I'm just saying. 2 move, they're still in this for as long as they have their barracks up. Now, even though quite clearly Power Rangers are just having their fun with it, I mean, a Tiny, he's diving that fountain, or right outside that fountain, even without any barracks of an advantage, right? So I do think that they'll settle themselves in. We saw just how easily they were able to team wipe do move when they actually seriously do commit. But at the same time, the longer you play the game like this for Power Rangers, the more farmed up the Spectre will be, the more farmed up Darknia will be. He's already at that Aghanim Scepter. He now has that Black King bar created. You have BB3 with his own BKB and will be able to get to that Shiva's Guard in about 200 gold. And then you might actually be in trouble once that Shiva's kicks in. Once Darknia is able to come out with that Aghanim, with that, full duration epicenter with the BKB. And once the Spectre has that Eye of Scotty. So this isn't a free game. I would say if two move are able to hold off for 6 more minutes for until that 40-minute mark, this could very well be a comeback.
But first off, we do have the contest for Roche, which already Power Rangers are looking for it. Darknia still lingering deep and in behind enemy lines. He is looking again for a blind epi jump, but thankfully Nikki, he's gonna walk under vision. And Darknia will lose whatever dream he had over there. Roche walking in down towards the Radiant side. And now I think this is where everything could end. Because on one end you do have the vision coming in from Power Rangers. They have a log. Nice, beautiful jump coming in from TA2000 with the global silence. Matched up, BB3PX will fall. Matched up, forcing out a buyback, but no buyback for the Underlord. Darknia dancing around with the Epi. Alberca is gonna jump in with the Ravage. It's not gonna be enough for the takedown as TA has withdrawn ever so slightly. He wants to go for a bigger target. He wants something even more juicier. Mechta caught up for a second time. He's gonna pop the golem for defensive measures. In the backline, still DN in a tough spot. Do they want to commit their own buybacks for this one? They've already suffered 2 for 2. Actually, 2 for 3. Alberca, Gush, still being chased by the golem. TA turning around. He wants Squeezy dead. Nicely done. Now Darknia playing around with Nikiko, but Darknia ultimately looking super low. Can Alberca close the gap? The Gush is gonna miss. Now Silencer will force out a buyback off his own alongside with Queasy. It's only Alberca and TA2000. But there's Woe still out into the open. No haunt, no nothing available. Darknia is trying to save it with the Burrow Strike, but Woe unfortunately has fallen and Alberca barely alive, but alive enough to keep up with the siege. Darknia trying to stay safe around the safety of his Sandstorm, but nope. Immersion jumping in with a beautiful dust, shackling him back, forcing him back with the Gale. And he's gonna be gone for about 2 minutes.
I mean, that was, again, the best fight they got, but at the end of the day, they weren't able to take out the big tanky cores. Sure, they took out the Tiny, but the Silencer buying back, the Windranger buying back, that is something they did not foresee coming. And quite frankly, lost the fight as a result of that. Despite of Darknia playing that fight really well, being able to recommit to those fights. But now with him being down for about 2 minutes, that should be a free Roshan. That is probably going to be the way that they now enter the high ground. But I would say that's a serious wake-up call for Power Rangers. They cannot take 2 move lightly any longer. Queasy even found 5 bounty rooms on the dire part of the map.
Yeah.
So that was a 20,000 net worth advantage. Just 3,000 of it goes the other way.
It also proves to show that Power Rangers haven't been on their side of the map for a freaking long time. I mean, that's about 20 minutes, right?
Yeah.
It's absolutely insane. But now they have the Aegis. Now they have everything that they need to go in for one last final push. Woe is gonna come back amongst the living. But it's gonna be another 40 seconds until the return of Darknia. So how much damage can they inflict with the 6 lives that they have currently? In terms of buybacks, there's only 1 buyback currently available, and that is only upon Woe. The rest are, well, 3 did buy back already, and there's about 24 gold left remaining for BB3PX to get his own. But do you want to commit that, or you want to commit the BKB first? Do you want to live long enough to see your team possibly persevering, or is it gonna be a double chance?
Could go either way, I would imagine. Woe is level 23. If you could get to that level 25 talent, could possibly see it through. The level 20 talent for BB3 is also just barely not there. And even the level 25 talent for the Sand King. So if you can take one more good fight, get your talents up, you can continue this game for a lot longer.
Maybe, maybe not. Already, one of the racks have been pushed in mid lane, and they're doing everything. Two of they're doing whatever they can to protect this. And now it's time for a smoke up. But still, are they going for a second Shivas upon Darknia, or they're only gonna have the one on BP3PX? Because I'm looking at the Chasm Stone being present. But aside from that, what else do you build which gets the AoE impact?
I mean, he could just have it as a standalone item itself, right? And just swap it out
Sure.
for something else.
Radiant are scanning.
Because 2 Shivas is something that teams do make it from time to time, but I would imagine this game you don't have that luxury. You're really far behind. So you want to go for something else. Maybe even just back in a Daedalus, you know.
I mean, we already saw double Radiance, obviously failing, so... You know, some items you do want to double down on, like harpoons and whatnot and BKBs, but others you're just like, nah, man. You don't... I mean, it's good for the self-benefit, but it's not good for the long-term and the team fight commitment. TA2000 is gonna jump and... Oh, but this time, BP3PX, he's gonna walk away. Thankfully, it was only a BKB being provoked here, but BP3PX, he's gonna take the stance. He wants to fight. He's gonna get hexed up, shackled up, pushed back into with the Guild Force. They're not overly committing for this. They just want somebody else to appear to make their big ultimates count in the backlines. Darknia jumping in with a beautiful epi. It's only gonna be till the end falling, but Darknia, he's gonna perish right after. It's looking bad, even though they're still locked in. The damage is coming through, but it's only gonna be for the Aegis to fall across the gate. Woe goes back to the fountain where he came from. TA2000 fresh up with the second life. They're looking for more kills. The final buybacks are being committed. TA2000 still a little bit in danger. Woe jumping back in. He wants to take down the Magnus for yet another time, but Nikki is throwing the tree volley from the sidelines. It is gonna be a good kill, but still they're out into the open. Beautiful toss back. Woe falling super low. He's gonna keep up the pressure. He wants this tiny dead and gone alongside with the golem, but no, the avalanche is gonna put a stop to him alongside with Alberca. 90 seconds left, reminding him he is the final buyback here. I don't know how Nikki survived this entire siege.
I mean, Woe is surviving for a really long time, but at the same time, BB3 had the buyback for it. I do think that they can defend since TA2000 isn't alive. There's no Ravage. But still, the real problem that I'm seeing is Alberca. There is no way for them to take this Tidehunter out. They're trying their very best to avoid him, but for how long can you do that? It kind of feels like they're trying to avoid the big elephant in the room, but it's really not possible. I mean, he's going to run you down sooner or later, and that's the problem with these extended team fights.
He's at it once again with catching BP3PX dead in the water. Gale forced to push him back. Nikki lingering on the side. He's waiting for the Pit of Malice to expire, but which one do you want to go for first? Do you want to take down BP3PX for a second time, or you want to go in for the racks? He's gonna commit the gate. He's trying to keep the ground control for Alberca. There's the jump with Darknia coming in, but the Ravage instant response with the global silence, but it's not gonna be enough. You don't have the additional damage, so this was indeed an overcommitment coming in from Power Rangers, because they're feeling like it might be their time that things can turn around very swiftly. And they're doing mistakes now.
I mean, it is past that 40-minute mark. These team fights are certainly not that easy. Darknia has that level 25 damage, so has the additional stinger damage coming out. So his epicenters, they do a whole lot more. That Underlord has that additional Firestorm burn damage, which is great against these tanky melee cores. Spectre is still about to hit that level 25, but at the same time, the TA2000 is playing a hero that isn't traditionally a hard carry, while the Spectre is. So his output is certainly going to decrease. At the same time, we don't really have the double Ravages here, which will always be a factor going, you know, the later on you'll go, the Tidehunter can actually craft that one up if he wants to. So can the Magnus, you know, so TA2000, Alberca, they have those options. Nikki Cool could go for one too. So those are the big power specs you can play with to close this game out. But I would actually say this 22,000 net worth advantage doesn't actually mean that they're super far ahead. This lead is more in terms of just probably being 10,000 ahead, but it's just one team fight from being.
Let's see. BB3PX is going to be initiated upon with the golem, now amplified with the scepter. They're trying to keep him alive, but T2000 seems to be suffering. He's going to pop the satanic. He's going to try to do everything he can, but no, it doesn't seem like he's going to be taken. Well, they're going to take down BP, but whoa, will be the death of him. Nikki's still under chase. They haven't popped the epicenter just yet for this one, but T2000, he's got to buy back if things go bad. There's the global silence. They want to take down the line, but it's going to be a mission unsuccess as Darknia jumps in. There's the epi initiation. He will avoid the silence with the BKB, but nobody has fallen in his big ultimate immersion. Beautiful shackle. They're pushing him back. Alberca with dead in the water. It seems like Darknia will pay the full price. He's got the buyback if much needed. There's Nikki forcing out his, and well, they're just gonna force out a double takedown. Alberca picking a bone now with Woe.
Lion still doesn't have a buyback. Neither does BB3, so it's going to be a 3v5 defense. TA2000 doesn't have a buyback, so if you're able to force him out of the fight, that's probably the right way to go about it, considering there's no Ravage up, there's no Global Silence up, there's a small window, but it does exist.
It is there, yeah. But what can you do currently with 2 on the defense lines? You don't have the Epi, you don't have the golems as well, and they opted in also for the upgraded scepter upon the Warlock. And the Warlock is going to be in danger, skewered back, caught up, and destroyed. Even though Darknia was trying to do his best about this, but he's just going to reveal himself. It's going to be yet another takedown. I think it's GG from this point on. There's not much this poor Woe can do all by himself. It's just fortification and 10 more seconds until 2 more members return from your team. But even so, they do have the gate and they do have the Finger of Death to offer. But Nikki, TA, Alberca, they're already looking very strong from this point of view. All up 100% HP. And with Mega secured, now it's time for the tier 4s to fall. Nikki caught up. Tiny a little bit endangered, but there's the global silence popped up once again. TA looking for a fight. The RP is gonna get a lock onto 2 with the Ravage follow-up. Nicely done there. Whoa, last person, last sole survivor here to fight for 2 move. He's gonna be pulled back, dead in the water. He is struggling here, but there's no way for him to survive, and there's the GG being called up. It's gonna be Power Rangers, ladies and gentlemen, being your season 37 champions here at the European Pro League. Absolute dominance, absolute presence, and how can you get away with these 3? Why does it have to be the 3 of you every single time?
Yeah, and I mean, I can't decide who the MVP is for the entire series, right? Is it going to be TA2000? Is it going to be Alberca? Because not only the Tidehunter performance was great, but also the fact that he destroyed that top side, that off lane on the Necrophos. TA2000 certainly demonstrating how to actually play the Magnus, and all the meanwhile, Nikki Cool on a tiny run too. I do think that the draft could have been better. The bans, sometimes you do have to give those respect bans out, and I would actually imagine that heading into future seasons for the European Pro League and some of the championship series, that this Tidehunter, this Magnus against this particular lineup should just be taken out. But massive kudos to actually, when this game started out, this last game, I didn't think that it would last 46 entire minutes. I thought that it would be done much earlier on. So at the very least, kudos to move for actually being able to commit for this long against Power Rangers.
Yeah, I mean, 46 minutes of an ongoing onslaught against all odds is definitely something to frown upon, even though the entire series was lost. And I mean, you still managed, to earn something from being here, and you have very good lessons to be learned. But I do believe that mainly 2Move were thriving on the fact that Power Rangers, they became overly cocky, they became overly confident from across the 25th minute mark all the way up to this point, because they went in for the deep fountain dives. They were not focusing on 2 objectives. They were trying to push 2Move a little bit more into their corner, but during all of these aggressions, 2Move were able to strike back. They did remind them that, yes, we do have a very powerful draft. Yes, we do have very good players here, so do not underestimate us. And then Power Rangers, they just opted in for a little bit of a safer approach, and when they were able to pick and choose the right targets every single time, finally it showed why they got to the finals and why they won it with a 3-1 result. So, my dear friend Tultras, before we sign off, do you have anything else to say here? I mean, I think we've already spoken way too much for about very repetitive drafts here.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's quite a few, there's quite a lot of European teams that can make it to this level, and it is a bit surprising to me that Inner Circle, teams like Nemesis, Inner Circle, like those teams haven't been exactly performing up to par. But I really do hope that we see some of those bigger teams actually compete in the European Pro League. They decide to show up and just give us some fantastic Dota.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, we have proven that season after season that the European Pro League has been this testing ground between players of veteran status. Like even seasons before, like we've seen players like Kuroki, we've seen Dendi playing, we've seen Weeha playing, but we also have a lot of new and rising talent. Rue, Not Me, Satanic, Ninth Class, and whatnot. So